안녕하세요. 어서오세요. 하이엄. 이 죽일 놈의 비염. 답답해 죽겠어. 게임하기 전에 돌돌이로 패드 밀어줘야 됩니다. 패드에 항상 이게 털이 이게 있어가지고. 날씨도 미쳤어요. 진짜 여름이야. 봄이 있긴 있었나? 봄은 그냥 한 일주일 있다가 지금 벌써 여름 된 것 같은데. 이제 밤에 에어컨 없으면 잠을 못 자. 레더 좀 하다 가겠습니다. 오랜만에 또 광고 방송이 하나 들어왔는데, 숙제가 하나 들어왔는데, 오늘이나 내일, 일요일 3일 중에 하루 그냥 하면 되거든? 내일 하는 걸로 하자. 내일 스타2 하고 2부로 숙제하는 걸로 하자. 안녕하세요. 어서오세요. 여기도 북미도 똑같구나. 정치 얘기하고 막 그러는 거. Who's the best president? Joe. 갑시다. 북미 서버에서 한번 유심히 좀 해볼까? 다른 애들이랑. I love to see South Korea's president singing at the White House? 응? 약간 뭐야 이거? 다른 거 신경 쓰더라. 한국 대통령이 백악관 가서 노래를 부른 적이 있어? 아우 미나님, 아우 5만원 슈퍼챗 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아유 너무 감사드립니다. 오늘 끝나고 치킨 뜯나? 치킨 어제 먹음. 어제 노랑통닭에서 치킨 먹고 남은 거 방송하기 전에 먹고 킨. 저번 주인가? 그때 처갓집 양념 맛있다 그래서 추천받아서 먹었는데, 처갓집 양념 확실히 맛있긴 해. 맛있긴 한데 한 5조각 먹으니까 물리더라. 어렸을 때는 양념 되게 좋아했거든? 이제는 양념 좀만 먹으면 물려. 그래서 후라이드를 먹게 되더라고. 렛츠고.
부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성.
그러게요. 이 날씨에 마저 울집니다. 겨울이 그립다 벌써. 아, 그리고 이번에 여름에 장마 되게 길 거라던데? 7월달인가 한 달 내내 비 온대요. 뭐 엘니뇨 때문에.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
어차피 나는 근데 집 밖에 잘 안 나가서 오히려 좋아.
연구 완료.
이거 뭔가 사이드로 드랍이나 올 것
부속
같은데.
건물 완성.
누가 나 좀 구해줘요.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
밤감기랑 사클 교환해주면 사클 이득. 메카닉인 것 같은데? 염차 색이 나와 있는 거 보니까.
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 부속 건물 완성.
갔냐? 잠깐만.
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
상대 밤까마귀 다 잡았습니다. 밤까마귀가 4개 뽑은 것 같은데?
방력이
아니 밤까마귀를 계속 와 5끼째? 저도 이런 거 못 참거든요? 더 뽑아줄게 내가.
부속 건물 완성. 연구 완료. 방력이 고갈되었습니다. 사령부 업.
이거 정말 미치겠네.
부속 건물 완성.
여기 지원이 필요하다.
방력이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료.
상대는 팩토리 위주 병력이고
연구 완료.
깜깜하게 벌써 2줄 모았습니다. 가자.
광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
지원 요청. 지원 요청.
광맥
혼자서 버겁습니다.
업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이
GG. 역시 테테르스 까마귀는 좋다. 밤가마가 이렇게 말할 때도 토르도가 안 좋아. 토르도 그냥 매트릭스 걸리면 아무것도 못하니까. 어제 CS 안 보셨죠? 안 봤습니다. 누가 우승했죠? 성주가 우승했나? 아, 조성주 또 우승. 사강까지는 뭐야 마스터즈 썸머 시리즈 봤네. 너무 테라에 재미가 없었다. 그래도 사토스보다는 사테란이 낫지 않나? 예상 무너지에서 전수도 나오고, 아 전수도 나왔어? 그래 태태전만 몇 게임이야? 최대 17게임? 그 중에 전수 한 개도 나와야지. 열어놓고 니가 왜 그러고 그래요? 다들 그냥 공격적으로 했나 보네? 근데 4강 애들 스타일이 다 그냥 공격적인 애들이라 그런 게 나오기가 좀 힘들었겠지. 에? 생더블로 나왔다고? 태세전인데?
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
그런 맵에서는 할 수 있었겠다. 투명형 사신이 아예 안 되는 맵이잖아. 레더맵 중에. 이런 맵에서는 생더블 절대 안 되고, 투명형 사신이 안 좋다, 절대 쓰면 안 된다, 이런 인식이 있는 맵에서는 할만 했겠다. 바벨론이나 네오 휴머니티 이런 데서 생더블 할만 했겠는데? 그치, 네오 휴머니티. 거기가 아씨, 얘기하다가 오늘 구속금을 달아버렸네요. 거기가 언덕에 건물 하나만 지으면은 사실이 아무도 못해서 그거 이용해가지고 색탑을 했나보네, 심리전으로.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성.
김독이 바벨론을 생각했다고? 근데 바벨론도 투별 사실 별로 안 좋아. 근데 생더블 하면은 그냥 본진에서 원사신 바로 뛰는 거 막을 수 있나? 막을 수 있나 보네? 그러니까 빠른 서치 하고
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
원사신 그거 보자마자 바로 뛰고 이거 맞게 되게 빡셀 것 같은데? 성가스가 아니라 또 선병이면? 그거 배제하고 하면은 뭐 괜찮지.
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
나 밤까마귀 이렇게 그냥 쓰는 거 되게 꿀같거든. 바로 가서 끝내자. 밤까마귀의 만화를 소중하게 생각해라 테란들아. 소중하게 생각하라 그랬지. 딱딱딱. 지지. 자꾸 결승 얘기하니까 결승전 한번 볼까? 궁금하네. GSL 결승 리뷰 한번 갈까? 풀영상 어딨냐? 풀연수 풀영상 어디 가서 볼 수 있어? 실시간? 동영상? 하이라이트밖에 없는데? 아니 여기 뭐 가니까 1세트 하이라이트밖에 없누. 4강 1경기 하이라이트, 결승전 1세트 하이라이트 뭐요? 야 왜 다 1경기밖에 안 놨뚱? GSL이라고 치면 나와? 영어로 봐야 되나? 링크 트위치에 치셔도 그거 안 나옵니다. 잠깐 제가 찾아볼게요. 있다. 풀영상 있네. 아 영어로 봐야 되네. 근데 맞나? 영어로 볼게요. 보자. 찾았습니다.
Final match.
도우기도 GS 우승한 적 있나? 준우승 매격으로 준우승만 한 2번 한 것 같은데. 미러?
ESL Finals.
트로피는 여전히 똑같네.
We are finally here at the GSL Code S Finals. It's been like 14 jobs till finally thin.
여기가 어디예요?
He has shown
아프리카
massive improvement.
프리컵 3요?
Really developed his own style in this. clearly the favorite moving forward here, despite at times him saying that he feels like Terran vs. Terran has been his break already a new world record.
그래도 이 정도 관중이면
Here on the stage. You beat him.
평타 이상 쳤네.
You end up being the runner-up again this time.
To get that fifth GSL trophy after his fourth.
도우기가 변현우 3대2로 이기고 올라왔네? 야, 뭐야 8강에서 성주 이겼었네요? 야 멤버 봐 16강에서 김준호, 강민수 2대0으로 2대0으로 이기고 조성주 8강에서 잡고 포스 지렸네?
Looked a little bit shaky. Maru solid from start to finish.
Yeah, you know, I thought Maru would.
성주는 도우기한테 진 거 빼고는 다 이기고 올라왔네?
The mid game into the honest, but again, you'd be a fool not to think that Maru is the favorite coming.
7시즌만 세트전 결승.
Maru's just been playing out of his mind. He looked rock solid all the way through the round of 16, the round of 8, and now here in the quarterfinals, moving on to the grand finals.
GSL 통산 2회 우승? 도우기 우승한 적 있어? 도우기 GS 우승한 적 있어?
Long time ago, he was the undisputed best TBT player in the world, not just the best Terran player. Crap too.
As well.
아, 한 번 했었어?
As we kick off the GSL finals, man, I cannot wait to
스테이션 빌드 좀 보자. 기억이 안 나지.
Club NV. Cure.
아이디 콜 뭐냐? 인공지능 컨셉이냐?
On-site gaming.
아, 옛날에 걸그룹들이 아이디 콜 했었을 때가 그립다.
so much support.
GSL 최대 황금기 시절.
Tickets sold out here at the studio. For those of you at home, this is a
프로필 촬영 걸그룹이랑 같이 하고 그 시절이 그립다.
got here.
Yeah.
This is considerably bigger than.
신혼여행으로 와이프 데리고 왔다고?
Thanks again to TV for hooking us up.
도대체 왜 신혼여행으로 스타트를 보러 오는 건데? 저기 뭐 발리나 저기 뭐 어디
Honeymoon here. Well,
휴양지 가세요.
where does he get the jackets? Does he mean the pro jackets? Does he mean the jackets we're wearing?
I didn't see that part actually.
That was another
no.
sign that said that. Those
Well-
jackets come from the wardrobe.
저 사람 잠깐만 저 사람 태태 무제한 제공 실화 사건 저 사람 눈이 풀려 있는데 벌써?
Those aren't our
Is that an
jackets.
exciting story or what?
눈이 풀려 있어. 이미 태태전 상황에 너무 많이 봐가지고 지금 눈이 풀려 있어.
Maru here on ESL altitude.
It's a bold build to open up in the finals with, but I think there's a lot of brilliance here. I think whenever you do command center first in a best of 7,
잠깐만. 야 여기서 잠깐만 생답한 거야? 도기?
intimidating the ecosystem of the other player's ability to evaluate you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
전진명령 서치만 한번 하고
Too much. You don't want to have any tells. You want your opponent to be in the dark, not knowing what your plan is.
사더비 잠깐만 사더비야 이거 생더비야?
So, you know, many times winning a best of 7.
아 생더비 여기 아니야? 이거 사더비인가 보구나.
Identifying ticks in their play
아닌데? 여기 생더비 잠깐만. 아 잠깐만 다시 볼게요.
Have cooked up.
Story or what?
Well,
That was another.
have Cure here in game 1.
아 그냥 배더비였구나. 아 해병더비였구나. 커맨드가 너무 빨라서 사떡보다 커맨드가 빨라가지고 몰랐는데 그냥 배떡하고 후카스였네.
In their play style or the fact that they may, like we saw earlier with Cure versus Beyond, right? Like we started to see Beyond just.
그러니까 도우기는 사신 안 찍고
play a normal game in, right? But I think going command center first, it kind of erases that because
해병떡.
you know you're probably not going to use it again
핵더블 하네.
as, a game, or maybe you're crazy and you do it. And if he does, we'll get to that. But he opens up with this, and Maro's going to come in here immediately with the Reaper. He's going to see what's happening, and we're going to see if he has any way to punish or exploit this.
Yeah, Marine coming down here to the natural.
야.
Nice grenade there from Maru actually. I thought for a
성주컨 살아 있고.
he was going to be able to work its way back up.
저 폭탄 저렇게 안 던졌으면 못 잡는 건데.
Back down to its death. It's a nice pickup there for Maru as he mitigates a little bit of the economic advantage here from this CC first.
야 근데 여기서 배더블 하네. 배더블도 이게 저 사신 때문에 짜증 나거든요. 사신 한 두세 발이 찍고 막 오는 거 맞기도 힘들고.
This is working out pretty nicely when you consider the fact that, you know, with just one Reaper you're getting this much value. He is going to delay this slightly. Obviously you're going to continue to be making workers.
근데 이렇게
on both sides. It looks like that
이렇게 넘어가면은 도우기가 좀 더 좋지.
And the game continues to chug along.
A Cyclone coming out for Cure. Meanwhile, Maru back at home actually opting for a Widow Mine. In addition to these handful of Marines and a Medevac coming out as well, so potentially some early Widow Mine harassment. Something we haven't seen too much from Maru so far.
두 번째 배럭은 도우기가 더 빨리 올라갔고.
Really his bread and butter has just been this siege tank, 4 Marines and a Medevac play, opening things up more often than not. So
완성되고 나서 늦게부터도 괜찮습니다. 왜냐? 무슨 차이가 있냐면은 지게 로봇이 엄청 빨라요.
So this is a little bit of a different.
지게 로봇은 계속 그 본체 떨굴 수 있잖아. 그 차이도 커.
I don't think I have casted a 6 Marine Widow Mine drop here. Oftentimes he likes the tank.
그리고 뭐 늦어봤자 뭐 얼마 늦는다고? 원사실 때문에 좀 늦게 치는 건데.
The question is where is he going to go, and how much can he actually get done?
Behind it, Maru throwing down a third command center.
지뢰 원지뢰 해병드랍인데.
That Reaper confirms that much of Cure's forces are holding down the ramp there at that natural expansion. So Reaper going to jump into the main base. Cyclone distracted for a moment, does identify the correct target and locks onto the Medevac. Widowmine will burrow. Keep in mind there is a Raven on the field. Auto turrets dropped. Widowmine takes out a Mule, but besides that, this attack from Maru quite well dispatched. That
저 의료선 못 잡으면 좀 아쉽다.
How strange. Just such an odd drop, right? I mean, I guess I don't know about you, State, but the unit composition of the drop is kind of curious to me. We know that Ravens are pretty typical for any ordinary game, so I wonder why the Widowmine drop and then 6 Marines. He did do some damage with it, sure, but not very much. And now the Raven's going to come in.
Yeah, Raven coming in. For a moment, I was wondering whether this might try to set up for that Medevac to escape.
Same.
All the way over here on the left side, but for now, it just seems.
근데 이게 도우기가 멀티를 빠르게 먹게 됐는데 이거 성주가 견제로 지금 일꾼 그래도 잡아주면서 일꾼 숫자는 좀 맞춰줬고 트리플이 오히려 성주가 더 빠르네.
In the hair of Cure, and see if he can't, you know, kind of trip up his play a little bit.
병력 양은 도우기가 훨씬 많거든요. 해병을 계속 그냥 꾸준히 잘 찍어줘가지고.
Really started to be very active on the map post stim in TVT. He seems to be more able to do damage.
두 번째 병영 늘어난 것도 빨랐고.
Very delicate fights than pretty much any other Terran in Korea.
We only caught a glimpse of it, but Maru already throwing down double engineering base. You know, the main storyline for him through a lot of this tournament in terms of TVT was how proactive he's been with his
요트 의료선이 관건인.
large windows of timing where he's able to explore
나는
advantage.
탱크까지 모아서 나갈 줄 알았는데 의료선만 보내네 일단.
Coming up his way. +1 infantry weapons and armor almost halfway done now with.
저걸로 피해 못 주면은 지금 성주 5번째 매력까지 이미 다 늘어나 있고 업그레이드도 좀 더 빠르고 성주가 그냥 다 앞섬.
Maru's going to do the same thing, but no matter what, that's going to start to be a factor in this game a little bit later on. Now, does Maru have a tank sieged up in his main? He does. He has that.
근데 이미 예상하고 있네. 털에다 박아놓고.
To basically make this undesirable, and it seems like, you know, in last year and the year before that, we had a lot more 2-base engages that seemed to come down to some pretty tricky drops into the main. Seems like everybody's almost like preemptively defending against that. So he's going to put that out and drop it down and basically treat those Marines.
아 오히려 의료선 견제 도우기가 당하기 직전.
I don't see a tank, or at least I see one now, but it was not sieged up. It's not in that defensive formation, and Ravens are coming in here as well.
Got 2 Ravens coming in. Stim comes through here for Amaru. Infantry weapons and armor completed. No disables coming in on the tanks. Instead, just auto turrets drop down. Armor shredding missile will connect with all these.
이미 이것만으로 이득이야. 저거 트리플로 안 가고.
Both players trading Raven energy there. Maru getting a little bit of damage done.
That was pretty good. I mean, it's not every day, or honestly even every GSL season I cast a barracks being killed in a drop, but that's actually a pretty big deal. He takes that out. He doesn't really suffer any losses.
오.
Dangerous
That
situation
was
there.
so good. I was about to say,
잡혔으면 끝났어.
makes sense. Then I see he's completely ready for that. He's got to be careful too because this can end up getting stuck in this location.
Yeah, Vikings now in production for Maru, so he might try to clean those medevacs.
들어가나, 그냥?
as best he can, as there is a missile turret in position here to intercept these medevacs. One of them will take a lot of damage coming in. Siege tank behind the command center, shelling these Marines. And Cyclone also will get taken out, so a little bit of a blunder there in terms of control here from Cure. These medevacs very
야,
cleaned
너무
up.
잘 들어갔다,
The
견제가.
Marines coming from the Widow Mine drop, actually drop down in the natural expansion, pick off a ton of SCVs.
I mean, this damage is really starting to pile up. We're not even really into the, the part of the game where this much action should have even taken place, but effectively, Cure's been shut down at every pass, and while the numbers on the screen at the bottom can look pretty even.
근데 그럼에도 불구하고
where they're at, because in a little bit we should start to see
괜찮아요. 아예 뭐 기운 건 아니고.
and probably be able to create some more opportunities in this game.
Yeah, we would think so. Another drop coming in from Maru. These 4 Marines.
주도권은 근데 성주 쪽에 너무 넘어가 버렸다.
4 additional SCVs as Cure just continues to get his economy disrupted, and that's going to give Maru the breathing room to move across the middle of the map. But Cure's getting ready to meet him. Tasteless. Cure not ready for this engagement. A little bit of a slow reaction there. It's going to lift the tanks of the medevacs, barely escaping destruction there, and Maru just continues to stem forward, gets the center tower, backs off back home, setting up for yet another drop.
Maru is just on fire right
탱크는 안 보내고 수비우로 놔두고 계속 해병만 보내서 와리가리 해주네.
But right now he is snaking around the map. He is looking for any opportunities he can get to do some additional damage.
Maru maneuvering now towards the southern Zelnaga tower. Going to see if he can find some angle over here towards the natural expansion of Cure. +2 infantry weapons and armor about to complete now for Maru. He should have a sizable window. Those upgrades only about 2/3 done now for Cure, so Marine upgrades certainly favoring Maru at this point. And medevac drop, a big one.
Now,
가면 안 돼요. 사지예요.
Cure is very much ready for that. A good positional play there by Cure. Maru runs into that, and he's basically put himself behind for this entire game. Maru is now maxed out. Cure is going to come out here and try to intercept this. It looks like this will actually go pretty nicely. He'll be able to get this.
도우기가 좀 견제를 많이 당하긴 했지만 그렇게 뭐 심각한 피해를 입은 것도 아니고 결국에 한 방 누가 어떻게 잘 싸우냐 그 싸움 같은데?
Yeah, this will eventually get cleaned up there by Maru, but it sets up for this attack over here on this left side. Maru coming in with more Marines and siege tanks, pushing back Cure as we're going a little bit tit for tat here. And Maru, once again in the natural expansion, coming in with yet another drop.
And he's doing all this while taking a 4th base. He's basically using his offense as the best possible defense. It's just hard to kind of catch up to him here. He scans. Is he going to it would be an overextension if he did. He did bleed off a couple extra units, probably unnecessarily. But these drops, I mean, State, we're just seeing so much damage come out here.
And you can see how taxing this is on Cure's multitasking. He has not yet saturated that 4th base. It hasn't been morphed into a planetary or an orbital command, as Maru just continuously stays very active on the map. And here we go, Disable's coming in. 3 siege tanks already disabled at the front line, but a nice arc here for Cure on the Marines at the high ground is going to push back Maru for now. A favorable
탱크 저거 끊어먹는 거 너무 좋고
disables on those siege tanks.
Yeah, he kills a lot.
이러면 탱크 잘 차지고 날 거거든.
Maru dropping in supply for a little bit. This position may in fact be perhaps too flimsy. We should note that 6 o'clock for Cure has not actually been used yet. There's no, there's some SCVs yet there. But again, he's a little bit behind on actually soaking up the resources from that spot.
일꾼을 꾸준히 잡는 것 같은데 보시면은
I'm not clear on if this
똑같아요.
It seems like there should just be enough tanks for the blow to trade out here in Cure's favor.
가르고도 일꾼 숫자 잘 맞춰주고 있고.
Even now, is Cure actually sprinting forward, going to see if he can snipe one of them, but does not want to test his luck too much there. Does pull back, and another command center now getting built at 12 o'clock here for Maru. As he continues to rove around the map, moving now towards the natural expansion yet again.
근데 진짜 성주가 숨막히게 잘한다. 잘 몰아붙였다. 근데 진짜 카운터 어택. 이게 공격에 저렇게 병력을 다 저기 최전방에 이게 투입하면은 약간 이렇게 빈틈이 생기죠. 빈틈 잘 노렸고 커맨드 깨버렸고. 성수도 이도 봐야 됩니다.
Finally maneuvering into position. This drop in the main base of Maru should eventually get cleaned up. Some medevacs getting
오, 근데
in the main base tasteless.
I almost missed this. This drop coming in here now is
막을 수 있을 것 같은데. 막을 수
He is
있고.
going to force here to come back and chase this back out, but that may weaken the position of the command center. We have tanks now.
야, 존나 멀티 싸움이야 지금.
More tanks on the side. Suddenly Maru like a boa constrictor.
탱크밖에 없거든요. 저거 해병대랍 해가지고 잘라줄 수 있거든요. 근데 신경 못 쓰고 있죠 지금. 워낙 지금 신경 쓸 게 많아요. 둘 다.
But this third base here for Cure, it's
그치.
been under constant siege, and the drop is going to come in on top of these siege tanks. They are unguarded, so those two should be dispatched quite easily here by Cure.
그냥 띄우는 게 나을 듯 저거는.
On this triangle third, that orbital in a lot of trouble.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit worried here. Both
띄우고 이거 다른 데로 옮기고 카운터 어택 쳐야죠. 또 해병은 나가가지고 그쵸? 병력 여기도 봤으니까 가고 있죠. 도우기도 딱 수비할 병력 놔두고 통수 눈치 깎고. 근데 이걸 이거를 카운터 어택 치는 척하면서 들이대려고 했는데 또 그걸 눈치를 까고 빼주고. 수준이 존나 높음. 그러면 다시 또 가야지. 전진해야지. 그러면서 또 성주는 또 역으로 또 6시 치려고 하고 지금 정신 없습니다. 수비병을 냅둬야 돼 이제. 추가로 나누면 수비를 해야 돼 저거를. 엘리전? 자 이러면 성주는 또 위에서도 막아야죠. 엘리 다시 위로 바꾸고. 근데 6시로 가능하면 또 돌아오고. 저거 탱크 박히기 전에 근데 탱크 두기 이거 커요? 아파요? 해병 체력 없어? 해병 너무 많이 잘렸어? 이러면 돌아오면 막히죠. 근데 이렇게 막히는 도중에 최대한 이득을 거두면서 도우기도 저거 뭐 방금 걷어내든지 저기 5시 멀티피든지 해야 돼. 성주도 지금 일꾼이 많이 없거든? 근데 못 걷어내. 해병도 있어요.
Cure really starved for resources right now, basically harvesting off a base and a half as Maru has these two uncontested bases at the 12 o'clock.
오 잠깐만 이거.
Yeah, it looks like Cure was absolutely.
야 둘 다 존나 잘한다.
Ready for that, and that's going to really soften that position. But to what you were saying earlier, Stan, I mean, I think at this point in time, it's just a matter of fact that Maru is drinking up more resources on the map. He just has more.
지금 커맨드는 성주가 더 많은데 일꾼 숫자는 도우기가 더 많아.
And that's that Maru just has a better income and therefore should be able to continue to shoot up in supply.
Yeah, but with Maru now,
이 정도 병력은 뭐 그렇게 안 무섭거든요. 싸먹을 수 있거든요.
A rare lapse in defense here for Curious. He was not in position
이거
to
수비하면서.
stop Maru from getting set up here on this ramp. That orbital command or planetary, excuse me, taking a ton of damage right now.
좀 부담되네. 이제 도우기도 가난하니까.
Mining base with 60 mineral patches. He's going to try and come in to defend it. Might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but instead, no, it's going to be Maru pulling off here. Pretty even trade. He's going to converge these forces right in the middle of the map.
He's so good. He's going to reconfigure again and come in here. Cure is barely hanging on right now. Is Maru actually overextending here? There's so many tanks down here.
해방선 한 게 너무 좋은데? 그 와중에? 다 먹었고.
Bit of an overextension there for Maru. Cure had the perfect surround there on the top of the ramp. This beautiful arc of not only the Liberator but the siege tanks and the Marines deflecting that push from Maru. But behind this, Maru with a worker lead and a base advantage. Which
네, 도우기가 저거 11시 알면은 의료선 한 개만 못 잊어도 저거 아무것도 못 하거든.
Maru for the past couple of
저게 너무 그냥 편하게 돌아가고 있어.
more resources. His economy is that much better that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Another tank falls here.
야, 탱크 숫자 지금 성주 지금 탱크 밸런스 깨졌어. 병력에서. 탱크가 많이 없어요.
And you know, Maru, this aggression sometimes it is a double-edged sword. He might have overextended.
해방선 한 개 저게 존나 압박이거든.
You're going to try to come back in here and push. It's going to be on Maru on the defense for the time being.
And with Maru only having one Viking on
바이킹 하나
the field,
끊어주고,
it's difficult
그치.
to actually deflect these liberators.
근데 해방선도 끊어주고.
Stem forward. Does cost a lot of
야 근데
life.
이거
They are able to
탱크
take
숫자
that
별로 없는 거
later.
확인했거든?
Allow him to get
뚫어볼만 하거든?
to a better defensive position here at the top of this third base. It's a scary position here. The siege tank count massively in favor of Cure right now, especially here at the triangle third for Maru. And you see this arc getting set up for Cure, and you have to wonder how Maru exactly is going to break it.
그치, 드릴만 하지. 탱크 숫자가 두세 개 정도면.
I mean, he's coming in.
이러면은 또 저기 들 수밖에 없고, 송주는.
But I think Akira might be able to just refill this with the Marines he's got. In fact, I think Maru making a wise decision.
송주 병력에 걸리는 거 확인했고,
Perhaps in the expansion.
또 움직여줘야죠.
You know that one overstep there from Maru.
여기서 그냥 드랍, 본진 드랍. 확 본진 드랍, 그치? 그치, 송주 병력 많이 나와 있는 거 확인했거든. 아, 근데 좀만 더 빨리 들어갔으면 병력 아예 없었는데 지금 이지방 나오는 병력에 막혔네. 들어갈만 했는데 근데.
There wasn't that much as far as infantry goes, but there's nothing down here now at that triangle third.
No, just a handful of siege tanks. Orbital's gonna get taken out very quickly by these.
아, 이러면서 저 송주 3멀티 있는 병력이 조금 벙치거든.
Just 5 of them surviving. These players going back and forth so much. Chase is so active on the map.
It's crazy. I think that Cure might actually have this. I think in the next couple of minutes he might be able to close this out. We've seen Maru overextend just 2 times. Cure a little bit better on the defense, a little bit more balanced in play.
아, 드디어 봤어요. 근데 저 궤도야 무조건 깨지죠? 이러면은 이거 묻어졌는데 여기서? 근데 아니 확실하게 무리하지 저기. 성수는 여기 밀리면 안 된다고 생각해서 지금 무리하게 막으려고 하는데 여기 일꾼이랑 궤도 터지면은 확 끼웁니다. 기울었어요 여기서. 여기서 묻어졌어요.
And it's Cure who's in a better position.
And Cure with, I think, a better game sense this time around. He realizes, okay, I've killed off that base. I'm in the lead. I need to run back down here and meet this small attack that's headed southbound. If he can just destroy this, I think there's not going to be any more opportunities left here for Maru.
Yeah, Maru running out of steam right now. Down 50% in army supply, 126 to 84 as Cure is on the hunt trying to chase down these Marines. There's no facet of the game right now where Maru has an advantage except workers. He's down in Marines, down in siege tanks, down in medevacs. He has no Vikings to the Viking count of Cure.
야, 이제 오는 것도 알고 있고 병력 얼마 없어 성주 저거. 이거 그래도 전진해주고 이거는 여차하면 뛰어도 되는데 막을 것 같은데? 뛰어버리면 되고 그냥 본진 가면 되죠? 도우기는? 탱크 존나 많아. 탱크 숫자 7개 차이야. 아 이것도 막아버렸어. 일꾼 동원해가지고. 가도 될 것 같거든요? 저거? 아무것도 없거든요. 성준 본진에 왜 안 가죠? 김도? 왜 안 가죠? 저기서 왜 멈춰있죠? 그래 끝났죠. 오 존나 수준 높았습니다. 병력 움직임이 둘 다 존나 살아있어. 드래곤 스케일 조성주 나갑니다. 좀 이른 타이밍에 나갑니다. 그냥 서치 같네요 근데. 아니면 두 번째 병을 전진해서? 이거는
This strategy has not really been working today for any of our Terran players. Maru,
이거는 제가 볼 때 만약에 상대가 전진 추병 사신을 한 것도 약간 의식을 하면서 하는 것 같은데.
But Maru, overextended a little bit last time he tried this strategy, and
아, 근데 배럭이 씨가 되게 절묘해서 또 서치 안 걸리고.
his spider senses are tingling. For a moment there, I think the SCV was actually aiming down towards the barracks, but he thought better of it, decided to come over here on the left side. Will he come back up
근데
with
또
his
저렇게
man?
돌아가면
The
들키죠?
logo.
Oh, he's gonna find it.
Yeah, he's gonna see it. All right, 2X gets spotted here.
Now it's important to note there's no way he can deny that. If you get there right away, you might be able to attack the SCV and basically make the whole thing a nightmare.
Yeah, but you would have to send the SCV so early to actually.
성주가 이제 워낙 테테전에서 전진병 좋아하다 보니까 도우기는 성주 본진은 별로 갈 생각 없어. 그냥 주위에 전진병만 설치해. 1세트도 그렇고 2세트도 그렇고.
But nothing but this strategy failing. Beyond tried it twice, and you know, to no great success. Maru tried this and actually lost his Reaper.
응? 뭐야 저거?
Yeah, both
팩토리까지 전지?
getting a little bit of flashback of Beyond's games earlier.
존나 그냥 원베이스 그냥
Middle of the map. These two
저장해가지고 끝내겠다.
middle. There's one Reaper and one Marine in position to defend. A Hellion gets started on the factory. Some nice damage coming in on these SCVs. None getting taken out. just yet.
글쎄요.
We want to watch that Reaper count very carefully. If he can keep all the Reapers alive.
팩토리까지 전에서 진다는 거 완전 올인이거든요. 추병은 사신까지는 뭐 그냥 정석 빌드면 라고 봐도 되는데.
Actually hold this rush earlier. This is like been Kier's big test today is not dying to this build order, and so far he's undefeated with it.
Right, reactor now coming in on the barracks. As production continues here for Kier, 4 Reapers pushing up the ramp, but it's very difficult.
완전히 컨싸움입니다.
Especially against a Hellion now.
But just like we didn't see Beyond really pull this strategy off, I want to see exactly how Maru does it. I wouldn't be surprised if the strategy came from Maru.
스탑보트까지 전제에서 지었어.
But yeah, I want to see exactly the idea. For
기술실 가는 거 보니까 저기서 한번
besides one of the barracks is actually
이게 중요해. 지금 이게 제일 중요해. 아! 일단 입구 뚫렸고.
AoE damage shot on them. SCV's getting
제 입구까지 좀 나와야 줘야죠. 피 감수하더라도.
5 SCVs already getting taken down. Oh, these grenades are so good, just perma-stunning these Hellions. 7 SCVs in total falling.
도구 잘 막았는데?
4 of the Reapers are going to escape with their lives.
I mean, that's such a massive lead. There's a Viking that's going to come out that's going to counter the Banshee.
Cloak Banshee coming out though. It's gonna have Cloak tasteless, so there is an opportunity, there is a world where Kier is able to find some big counter damage here with a Cloak Banshee on Maru's side of the map, because this Viking is probably going to be staying here at the front.
근데 도우기 팩토리에 지금 기술실 이지 달리거든요. 탱크를 어떻게 막을 건지. 벤시가 나오긴 했는데 바이킹도 있거든요. 차라리 이게 벤시는 그냥 성주 본질로 뛰는 게 낫지 않나 싶어요. 왜냐면 은폐가 될 때까지 시간이 걸리거든요. 저 벤시 놀고 있거든요 지금.
Really painful here for Kier. The reactor is going to go down.
You should see that it's going to be Banshees with Cloak. He's going to start to fire. Does he have a scan banked up?
You have to think that he's saving one, if not now.
저였으면 그냥 벤시 그냥 성주 본질로 뛰었음. 이거 두 번째 벤시 나올 때 어차피 은폐가 되니까 저걸로 막을 생각했었을 때. 아니면 저걸로 후속을 끊던가. 저 원벤시가 지금 아무것도 못했어. 빨리 나왔는데. 아 그러면서 본질 다 올라갑니다. 성주. 스캔 하나 뺄 생각?
Only one siege tank on the field, or will be on the field here for Kier.
안 잡혀 안 잡혀. 근데 이미 이렇게까지 했다는 거 자체 자체로 성주한테 괜찮아. 이미 지금 두 번째 커맨드 완성되고 궤도까지 달렸거든 성주는.
Oh, I was scared for a moment there, Tasteless.
Well, it was really low.
Yeah, that was about as close as you could possibly cut it. This Banshee now continuing to try to make work happen. Back at home, Maru did go for an engineering bay. This Banshee does get cleaned up. So there should be a turret back in the mineral lines of Maru.
차이 벌어지거든요 이제.
In the main mineral line, there is a second orbital produced here for Maru as well. So he should have scans in abundance here to defend.
That's a crazy rush, by the way.
This has been a crazy game.
This has just been like a totally different game, and I'm glad we're finally getting to see like the full scope of what the rush is intended to do.
Banshee now coming into the main base. That turret, although it's able to defend most of the mineral line, cannot protect the geysers. It cannot protect these.
아 이게 좀 아쉽다. 첫 벤시가 그냥 바로 뛰었으면은 피해 진짜 많이 줬을 텐데 두 번째 벤시 어차피 막을 수 있으니까.
Well, you know, here's the thing. I mean, he does kill that off. He's still got his Vikings. Another Banshee's going to come.
지금 차이가 너무 많이 벌어졌어요. 그냥 올인하는 게 맞을 것 같은데? 팩톤이랑 어차피 스타포트 전진이 있으니까 저거 잡고 아 근데 이 방가까지 나와 있어가지고 힘들겠다. 야 저거 뺏어버려 그냥. 저기다가 배럭 2개 짓고 스팀어 방패하자. 아 깨져버리네. 저였으면 저거 그냥 뺏어버립니다.
And Cure only just now throwing down that natural CC. It's only about halfway done, and this is starting to remind me a little bit about the game that he played against Beyond, where yes, he was able to defend the early aggression, but
아 지금 도옥이 앞마당도 건설 안 됐거든요 아직. 일꾼 숫자 차이 보세요. 거의 2배 차이 납니다. 아 이거는 제가 볼 때 도우기가 벤시 견제하면서 성주 2번째 벌티는 거 확인했을 때 그때 그냥 아예 그냥 더 공격적으로 오리 쳤어야 되지 않나. 너무 원하네 너무 원하네. 성주가 이제 졸라 얄밉게 수비도 하면서 잔여 병력으로 계속 견제 들어오니까 이게 도우기가 정신을 못 차리고 있어요. 저거 티라노 교실 일반 스킨 병력 어떻게 되나요? 스킨 자기 걸로 바뀝니다. 본인의 스킨으로.
It's 3-3 Vikings right now, but Kier certainly does have more back at home. Keep in mind those 2 landed Vikings now joining the fray here. Maru sees those and backs off, and I'm a little concerned for Kier's position. He's not producing SCVs constantly right now. He's actually taking another gas, but just watching that production.
아, 다 없죠. 답답하죠. 솔직히 지금 지 쳐도 안 이상함.
Because he's just so broke right now, and he's trying to make something happen with this group of units. Middle of the map, and no way, Maru.
성주도 이제 유일하게 이제 자기가 질 수 있는 그 경우의 수가 공중 잡히고 진짜 어거지로 뚫리는 거 그거 알고 있기 때문에 터렛에 공중 유닛 뽑는 거에만 집중을 했어. 근데 지금 이것도 빼버렸어. 터렛 2개나 지었거든요.
I don't know exactly what the setup is at home, but this is a very scary situation, and Kier's aware of it now. All these Vikings landing auto-turret as well as the mineral line getting dispatched, and Kier's going to see if he can try and breach into the natural expansion here for Maru. More turrets getting thrown down in the main base. There's basically no economy for Kier back at home.
김동우 급하거든요 지금. 뭐 자기 본진이 그냥 날아가고 있어. 성주는 이제 방패 역까지 됐어요. 해벽 스팀 방패까지 됐고 이거 막으면 끝나죠. GG.
Maru is taking game 2, excuse me, in a commanding performance, action-packed.
What a game there from you, really got in
some new tech here. Canadians banking away.
암세트.
Cure. Onside Gaming, Maru.
관중 외국인이 반인 것 같은데.
Barracks racks for Cure. It's a double gas for Cure.
김도구 투가스. 성주는 투베럭일 수도 있고 그냥 사실 더블일 수도 있고. 사실 더블일 것 같죠.
I do feel like he does look a little bit stronger than Cure today. I mean, in that last game, Cure was very impressive, but it almost seemed like Maru overheated in game one and kind of overextended.
So many
Tomorrow's
fans
support
out here.
G6L.
Protoss
here
OP in the bottom left. I see that.
Yeah, because we have to keep that meme going, man.
That's 4
Zerg-
Terrans in top 4 is not
yeah,
enough.
Zerg's winning every GSL, 4 Terrans in this round of 4, but no, it's Protoss, man. We love the signs, guys.
Oh, okay. So Maru had the resources to throw it into the command center.
마루가 앞에다가 더블 하려다가 일본 서치 빠른 거 보고 그냥 앞에 서플로 짓고 위에다가 몰래 지었어. 보여주기 싫다.
And that's going to prevent Cure from coming into the main base and confirming this. And usually when you see a 2 depot build like this,
이러면은 도우기 입장에서는 그냥 팩더블로 생각할 가능성이 높거든. 40더블 그냥 생각 못하고.
But I imagine it's kind of similar. So Maru playing a little bit suboptimally in terms of build, just to play the mind games a little bit here.
Yeah. It's
아 이게 딱 방금 거기서 차이가 생긴 겁니다. 이게 사실 커맨드를 앞에다 지어도 되거든. 40더블인 거 확인했으면은 위에다 지을 수밖에 없죠. 팩더블이라고 생각해서.
although they got here in very different ways, but the command centers are going to be made in the main.
심리전 당했어.
It's very much
그러니까 도우기가 엄청 앞서갈 수 있는 건데 성주의 작은 심리전 하나로
attack rush is inbound when it's
살짝 이제
since they're both
유리하게 갈 수 있는 걸 그냥
to very much.
살짝 불리하게 가는 거지.
2 Reapers on the field for Cure, just 1 for Maru. Right now is Maru actually has nothing being produced from his barracks. Instead, was just going for the reactor, now getting the Hellions. So these 2 Reapers coming into the main base could cause some problems here.
Yeah, he actually got a little bit too greedy. I kind of anticipated something to come out of the barracks.
이제 알죠?
Really
아 언덕이 사더비구나.
Nice control, only going to lose 1 SAV and a little bit of mining time as that orbital command now comes down into the natural expansion. And for a second I thought that was a
오히려 지금
from here on the high ground, but it's a starport. I was losing my mind for a moment there.
No, that would have been wild. Cure did get.
아 근데 도우기는 이게 4연타 찍는 게 아니라 선사클이랑 그냥 애초에 그냥 위에 지을
Early Reapers.
아니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 사더비인 걸 봤으면은 아래다 지게 맞지.
Reactoring out these Hellions, mixing in Ravens as well. Kind of a slow start.
이거는 이거는 김영진식 해병 드랍 하면서 사클 아빠?
Best games you can watch in StarCraft don't really come down to like this guy tried to attack and this guy stopped it or didn't stop it, but like how tricky the build orders are here. To the casual observer, it can look like nothing's happening, but actually there's a lot of corner cutting going on and faking and bluffing here as well.
There's a reason why StarCraft players in general tend to succeed in other games like poker.
Yeah,
after they end their careers is because
long history of that actually with StarCraft players making money in poker because the early game was basically very similar idea-wise.
해병 드랍 가죠? 탈해병 드랍 하면서 사클 아빠?
StarCraft 2 with how fast builds can progress. I mean the mind games that you can employ are pretty crazy.
염차 근데 개 많아요. 우주선 와야죠. 와서 일단 막아야죠.
Cycling going to lock onto that Raven, still maintaining the lock on that Raven, very low on HP. We'll have to back off. I think Maru really wanted to drop an auto turret there, but just wasn't able to get in range. That Cyclone doing a great job of zoning and protecting the rest of Cure's army.
And I mean, he gets in, he gets right back out. We have the accumulation of Ravens already happening.
이러면 의료선 드랍 가기 애매해지죠. 의료선 있는 걸 들켰고 그래서 정면으로 갑니다.
Say that as Cure's going to move out across the map.
Cure moving across the map. 2 siege tanks, 10 Marines, as well as a Cyclone and a Viking. So quite a formidable.
이게 도우기는 배럭 늘리는 타이밍 없이 지금 바릉로 스타포트에서 바이킹이랑 지금 해변선까지 찍어서 올 수 있거든요. 좀 지어짜내가지고. 그래서 도우기는 여기서 무조건 피해를 줘야 돼. 피해를 못 주고 그냥 막혀버리면은 그냥 게임이 끝나.
But it seems like Maru's going to be okay.
해명 여기서 잡혔으면 끝났어.
For a moment, I was really scared for Cure there, going a little bit too close to that natural expansion because those Ravens can rain hell down on those siege tanks if they don't have enough support.
보시면 성주는 이제 스팀업 됐고 이제 공방 이렇게까지 누르고 있는데 도우기 아무것도 지금 안 누르고 지금 여기 압박이 올인했어요.
I feel like Maru is relatively
그래도
secure.
다행히
This disable coming in, just kind of pushing
방에서 걸 타이밍에 심을 잘 풀었고 마나 잘 뺐고.
anchoring point with these two siege tanks at the natural.
All right, he's continuing to relocate his tanks.
근데 이게 도우기는 밤까마귀가 없어서 저 탱크를 무력화를 시킬 수가 없어요.
Barely can. Oh no, one of them can. Okay.
해방선이 와야 되거든. 만약에 여기 해방선 한 개가 좀 아쉽네. 이제 붙고 있네. 그래도
He's going to try to win with a push.
탱크 사거리 제기로 지금 하나 남아먹고. 끝을 내야 돼 여기서. 쇼 봐야 돼. 근데
Oh, that might actually do it.
Wow.
That actually might do it. He's actually going to get the command center too.
Yeah, Maru getting greed checked a little bit here in game number 3 as he tries to find a flank.
Oh, I see. He tried to go across the map and drop.
마루도 이제 견제를 가져다가 지금 이거 앞마당에 밀려가지고 급하게 지금 저거 돌아왔거든요.
I mean, going for the drop and then also a third command center and also double engineering bay behind all of this is just a little bit stretched too thin.
A little bit of disrespect.
그런데 이래도 좀 지켜봐야 돼. 앞마당에 들리긴 했어도
Here would you know push.
업차이가 좀.
Come on in.
Perhaps just didn't anticipate coming for such a killing blow.
잠깐만 이러면
Oh my God, this tank.
이러면은 기울었죠. 저병 아무것도 못하고 잡혔거든요.
Very shortly here is the pressure just continues to ramp up here in the natural expansion. I mean, Maru literally on one mining base. Yes, he does have a second orbital, but there's very little he can get done here. But he is a GSL champion, a G5L champion for a reason. He fights tooth and nail, Tasteless. He's gonna make Cure work for it as best he can.
Well, I think this is a smart move. He's just going to try to get as much value out of this position that he's fought into as possible. And you know what? Honestly, this is like a lot of damage. I think he should be pretty happy with this.
도우기는 여기서 병력이 잡히더라도 최대한 바꿔주면서 잡혀야 돼. 잡히더라도 병력 최대한 살리고.
Because that was supposed to be.
자 왜냐면은 지금 도우기는 해병 업그레이드 하나도 안 돼 있거든요. 지금 스팀도 안 돼 있어. 이제 돌려 1업을. 그래서 근데 커맨드가 깨졌니? 성주가 커맨드가? 깨졌었구나 앞마당에 아예. 이러면은 도우기는 무리해서 트리플을 먹을 필요가 없죠. 성주는 무조건 그 본인이 그래도 업에서 앞서니까 여기서 또 이득을 거두려 할 테고 도우기는 무조건 잘 막으면 되고 막으면서 업그레이드 이제 따라가 주면 돼. 난 성주가 그 앞마당 뛰어가지고 커맨드는 3개인 줄 알았는데 그게 아니었구나. 완전 개물리해졌구나. 이게 진짜 무리해서 들어가는 겁니다. 돈이 불리하니까 이런 거라도 해야 돼. 근데 짧을 것 같은데요. 일꾼 잘 나왔고. 지지. 와우. 이게 딱 그게 컸어. 밤까마귀 추밤까마귀가 있었거든 성주가. 그거 만화를 도우기가 되게 잘 뺐어. 거기서 만약에 탱크 모두 안 풀고 그게 바이러스 걸려가지고 탱크 잡혀버렸으면은 못 밀었을 거야. 그거 만화를 되게 잘 뺐어. 진짜 그냥 한 끗 차이다. 아빌론. 누구야? 빨간색 누구야? 성주 꺼내 들었습니다. 바벨론에서 투명형 잘 안 하거든요. 왜냐면은 본진으로 뛰어넘는 언덕이 이중 언덕이고 입구를 막아버리면은 저 앞마당에서 본인 앞마당에서 본진으로 사실 못 뛰어요. 그래서 사실 뛸 공간이 한 군데밖에 없는데 거기가 게다가 또 이중 언덕이라서 잘 안 하는데 성주는 꺼내 들었어요. 원래 역으로.
Welcome down to the studio, everybody. GSL forever, StarCraft 2 forever. I saw that sign in the background. We appreciate you.
We're so happy to have you guys down here.
도우기가 여기서 생더블 한번 했었어?
Barracks, I guess that's probably more of
그래서 그걸 보고 투병 사신을 한 거일 수도 있어.
You know, we've had some crazy games. Now, hold on a second. Kira's coming out on the map. And this just might be a normal scout.
이 도우기가 또 1, 2세트는 전진면 서치는 또 여기서는 또 안 가네.
To actually scout for this proxy 2 barracks because you kind of think of all the possible places where this 2
게다가 이제 도우기 빌드가 사신 더블이거든요.
really unlucky.
아.
Like say you go all the way around.
왜냐? 여기는 전진병이 안 좋아. 투병 사실 안 좋아. 안 좋아서 아무리 성실하도 여기서 안 하겠거니 했는데 지금 이제 알았어요. 투병 사신이구나. 그래서 팩더블도 아니라 그냥 4더블 하려고 했었던 거야.
Yeah, so Kira already has a very good idea of what's coming his way, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him throw down a command center and then maybe a bunker right here, or it could even.
근데 그럼에도 불구하고 서치를 그래도 했기 때문에 투명 사신 의도를 그래도 빨리 알았기 때문에 이러면은 하지만 투명 사신의 가장 무서운 타이밍은 네 번째 사신이 등장했을 때거든요. 사사신 타이밍. 그 타이밍이 제일 위험해.
But I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do the same weird build and make a factory here with this barracks here, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I know that one of the SCVs actually.
성주도 근데 무딜을 안 하는데?
Finally, that SCV does get cleaned up back at Maru's base, and that's
무딜을 안 해요. 4사시까지 찍고 그냥 뛰어버렸어.
He's not really looking to end the game anymore. He's just trying to get a good idea of exactly what Kira is working with here, and maybe get the vision to preempt with some grenades.
여기서 조성주의 컨트롤이라면
set up quite well. Seeing a lot of this different bio. SCV building the command center does get taken down. Good control here by Mario, kiting back with the injured Reapers.
와 살아있어.
Continuing to do so even.
와 씨발 야 이렇게 이득을 거두는 게 말이 안 돼. 사실 말이 안 돼. 이 말이 안 되는 거야 이게.
That's pretty sick.
저기 또 살아가. 잡히는 게 맞거든.
Knocks it off. That was wild. Okay, so 6 SCVs already killed. That's really good.
Yeah, he lost 1 Reaper for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That was some phenomenal control, and I think the barracks really set him up for that. Just was able to map out what the plan was.
또 들어가면 개오바거든요. 또 들어가면 오바거든요.
Again, this is a really ambitious one, but I suppose Mario wants to trade these Reapers out sooner rather than later. More grenades coming in, really nice hit.
그 와중에 또 일꾼 또 2마리 잡았는데 이거는 살짝 그래도 손해를 본 게 아닌가. 이게 사실 잡혀버리면은 도우기가 좀 이제 안심하고 나갈 수가 있거든.
Alright, well, I gotta say, I wasn't expecting it to really do as much as it did, but it seemed like the arcing, the way that he was able to kind of circle around. The truth is, Marines just aren't as fast as Reapers. They have a hard time catching up. Maru seems to be in good shape so far. It doesn't mean that Kira can't play this out and maybe come out on top, but right now, I gotta say, it's
상황은 비슷합니다.
I'm liking this opening for Maru a lot, and
근데 전형적인 그 투병형 사신과 일반적인 그 테란 빌드 그 약간 세미 싸움.
Just a little bit more production time on that orbital, and now a third command center once again coming in for Maru.
Yeah. Here comes that medevac now.
근데 이제 성주가 또 말도 안 되는 컨트롤로 이제 일꾼을 좀 잘 잡아줘가지고 일꾼 숫자는 성주가 앞서고.
Look, I think this is almost, as we're really unpacking TVT now, this seems to be just kind of standard, right? Maybe better to just kind of sit back and land mules and make SCVs and get that third command center out when you can. Not trying to commit on any kind of two basing.
갚아줘야죠. 일꾼 숫자 맞춰줘야죠. 맞춰줄 수 있을 것 같거든요. 그렇죠. 어차피 이 화염차 중반 넘어가면은 아무런 도움이 안 돼서 이렇게 소모해주면서 일꾼 잡아주는 게 맞아. 일꾼 숫자 맞춰줬고.
Almost wrote it off as like, okay, this will be minimal. We'll get 2 or 3 SCVs and then continue on.
I looked at that, I'm like, all right, well, whatever. I mean, I guess you got to use the Hellions, right? Like they actually get that many worker kills.
Yeah, but equalizes it. Kira actually now with a worker lead. I mean, albeit it's only 1 worker and only for just a moment, but you will take that any day of the week if you can equalize from that traumatic early game Reaper harassment. you'll be feeling a lot better about your position.
이거 두 번째 세 번째면 성수가 훨씬 빠르고
We know Morrow likes to
도우기는
get
좀
Ravens out and then try to
병력 위주로 찍고 있고
So let's see what he can actually find here.
한 번 또 나갈 것 같거든요.
You know, and again,
그쵸?
Morrow, I do feel like he is
그러니까 전판이랑 좀 비슷한 느낌이야.
making things happen with these minimal amounts of units. Now we have a cyclone and I think it
근데
was actually.
성수가 지금 방금 스캔을 한번 뿌려보면서 눈치를 깐 것 같아요.
Can he maybe
지금 병영 급하게 기술실 다는 게 아니라 본인도 지금 바이킹을 찍어주고 있죠.
Maybe. I think Maru also does have a cyclone at home, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but he should be able to shoo this one away without too much trouble, especially with those 3 Ravens back at home. But at the very least, Kira's going to keep Maru pinned back a little. He's going to secure this position up here in the front, moving towards the natural expansion with its siege tanks, Ravens, and Marines. And Viking production starting really early here for Maru. This is something we haven't seen too much from him.
아 이거를?
Wow, he had a really good read on this. I'm not sure if
오,
it was
이거를?
that caught it.
근데 이거는 못 잡으면은 날리는 건 아 잡았어요. 다행히 잡았어요.
Boost because of the disables, so it's actually just gonna die.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty remarkable catch.
Wow.
Not every day we get to cast, you know, a medevac getting disabled, but it's just one of those moments that goes to show you you don't want to just lurk like that outside of the base because they can find you and they can just punish you like that.
Yeah, that is some sick star sense there from Maru. I'm not sure what tipped him off, or if it was just that he had a good read on what Kier would probably try to do with his position.
도우기도 이제 압박 가려다가 공중 병력 많은 거 보고 사이즈 안 나오겠다 싶어가지고 빼고 있고
Right, the double E-base are
오히려 역으로 지금 성수가 압박
one
중.
has already started here for Maru, so he'll probably throughout this.
아 메테스 걸리면 부스터도 끊깁니다. 못 도망가요.
Just barely, but we've had a lot of games where that just barely becomes just about everything.
Yeah, that is true.
So he's just going to push the third CC away. Easy peasy. Not committed. Soft contained position. Backs up. And, oh, that's funny.
It's gonna get one, isn't he? Nope,
Yeah.
barely survives.
완전히 지금
Yeah,
주도권은
this is
성수가 넘어가 버렸고
Maru doing some nice maneuvering here. I mean, this orbital moving all the way from the triangle third to the third over here on the right side is going to cost Cure not only mining time, but also SCV production, because he's not
Yeah.
fully saturated yet. So
No,
this is
it's-
like getting 2 SCV kills, more or less. I mean, it's a great win here for Maru.
Yeah, and, you know, whenever you're watching this, you've got to be a little bit afraid of, like, a push into the main. You know, he doesn't have medevac, so he can't just pick up, but you could, like...
둘 다 함부로 지금 의료선을 못 뽑아.
And he might actually go for it. I'm not clear on who has more Vikings.
의료선 뽑는 수가 공중 잡힙니다.
Barely is lacking here from Cure, especially with the rally point being so far back at home. So he's going to pivot instead towards the middle of the map, just try and change
성수도 반대쪽으로 돌려주겠죠.
a little bit. Cure going to see if he can try and catch him. I think he's caught wind of this, so for a moment I was wondering whether he would just try to siege up in a spot that was barely out of vision and get some cheap shots off, but instead just going to play it nice and safe, continue to rove around between the natural and the third base. And already the armory coming in now for Amaru. Kira, keep in mind, I mean, the upgrade differential in 1-1 is minimal.
의료선이 없어. 둘 다 바이오닉이긴 한데
Against that armory, and the +2/2 started
공중싸움 둘 다 안 지겠다.
significantly faster than
안 지겠단 마인드.
that is where the window will be created.
Yeah, looks like it's actually a little bit closer than I thought with the upgrades. I thought for some reason it was more like a 10, 15, 20-second thing.
Well, now it
There
is
was-
because of the armories.
Yeah. Okay, well, that is going to be there after all. Excuse me.
It came full circle.
Is it-
You're right now.
I was wrong before, now I'm right this time. Maru fishing for a fight here, opening up these parts of the map so that he can circulate and reposition as much as he needs to.
Big armor shredding missile coming in right now.
Oh?
He's getting extra value here with these hits. Some Ravens falling.
Yeah, really bad engages with Maru's Vikings.
또 바이오메틱 쓰면서
Had he, like, barely-
바이오메틱이랑 이거 반감하게 스킬 쓰면서 공중을 잡긴 했는데 글쎄.
Yeah. Bit of a misread.
그래서 둘 다 나오기 시작하고.
I think is perhaps he thought he had enough to one-shot Ravens, lacking in Vikings a tad, but now I think it's something like double-digit Vikings to maybe 3 here for Maru. So it's not the best situation overall. If you're trying to play the air game, you really want to be able to contest it. The worst possible scenario is that you invest in Vikings, you invest in
조금씩 지금 성수가 앞서가고 있어요. 사물도 빠르고 업그레이드도 조금씩 더 빠르고.
Sometimes we'll see players like Beyond just be like, okay, I do not care about this. I'm going to pump triple-digit Marines and find my.
하지만 이게 언제든지 이게 뒤집혀질 수 있는 그런 상황.
That then suddenly not only do you not have air control, but when you actually do get
성주가 한 6대4 정도로 지금 유리한 상황
drop
그냥.
down a ton of scans to actually maintain vision, so it really indirectly also hurts your economy.
아 지금 빈틈 발견, 빈틈의 실 발견.
Not clear on what he actually has in the main. Okay, so this is actually
근데 잠깐만 의료선이 따여버렸고.
There's a lot of infrastructure.
아 근데 이렇게 배럭도 한 개씩 깨지는 것도 짜증 납니다.
Over these Marines down a little bit further. There's a counterattack over here up at 12 o'clock. I don't know if this is going to go into the main or if he's going to. Oh, well, he's got Vikings ready.
Yeah, siege tanks as well there at the third base, so he is safe for now. And Maru with basically no air units.
이 상황에서 감가 추가는 좀 힘들죠.
Just back at home, slowly building back up, and he is going to come in and try and catch this. Might be able to get a medevac. Does get one. Infantry weapons and armor 2-2 now.
적어도 3월까지는 먹고
Despite that,
가져야지.
unfortunate exchange of Vikings and Ravens that happened earlier in the game. The army supply is still very even. Maru actually ahead a little bit, as he's been getting the better end of a number of these trades. And keep in mind, he is the only player with a Raven on the field right now, so disables are still in the cards here. Instead, it's going to be an armor shredding missile coming down the Vikings.
지금 잘 들이댔거든요, 성주?
Vikings engaging here. Liberator does get focus fire down.
하지만
as well.
잘 상계되어 있는 탱크로
Relatively even trade.
Yeah, it looks like the
막혔는데 이러면은 또 바이킹 숫자도 지금 따여 버렸어요.
number of tanks. Morrow continuing to.
성주는 어떻게 되냐 3월 그래서 못 먹게 방해해주겠다. 그러면서 자기는 멀티 5월까지 지금 늘리고 있고.
And the next couple, maybe the next minute or so, are going to be very important because Morrow's looking to try to dislodge this fourth base. And if he can dislodge it, if he can punt the the command center to another location, it's going to be a massive boost here. But if Morrow overextends, which we know he has done before, it could be bad. So he's actually going to mix it up. He's going to pull back. He's going to relocate. He's going to look for another opportunity. I think that basically Kira is ready to meet him at every pass, though.
Yeah, sieging down over here on the low ground, and Kira also has that sensor tower by the fourth base, so he has a good idea of where Maru's army is positioning. But keep in mind, Maru, during all this action, he is expanding across the map. He's taking the bottom left base. That will bring him up to 5 bases in total. +3 weapons now starting for Kira. No +3 armor just yet. Maru already pumping both of those, about a third of the way done.
그래도 도우기가 어떻게든 뭐 따라가고도 있는데
Throughout the rest of the game, at least until that 3-3 finishes there.
진짜 그냥 따라가기 바쁨.
Another potential.
따라가다가 이제 성주가 어떻게 한번 잘 박아주길
We'll see if he's able to find
바라는 수밖에 없지.
an avenue of attack to actually take advantage of it, and I kind of feel like he's trying to set up for some plays like that as he kills the sensor tower, and then I guess of course Kira just immediately throws down another one.
Yeah.
조금씩 계속 빨라요. 한 템포씩 지금 성주가.
This map specifically, it's kind of hard to seesaw up and down. We've already seen this kind of back and forth a couple times.
도우기는 그래도 어떻게든 이제 공중을 잡으면은 기회는 온다 알기 때문에 제공권을 잡고 있고 그러면서 지금 융합도 올라가고 있고.
A pain in the side here at Maru as he's trying to navigate around and find these angles because he has to use scans not only to identify the positioning of Kira's army but also to set up for a lot of engagements that happen. As it's 15 Vikings now for Kira.
이제 성주도 빈틈 없다. 멀티 먹고 이제 후반 준비하자. 스타포트 늘기 시작하죠. 투하머리 올리고.
Okay.
3-3's done. So we're not going to get stronger infantry than this right now here from Morrow. I guess the truth is Morrow is
이러면 이제 공중 싸움.
continues to rotate, kind of keep
탱크는 이제 라인만 그어두고
burned up, getting ready to defend these different angles.
해병 와리가리 하면서 이제 공중 싸움.
Sort of a faster macro player.
전순보다는
Maru a ton of information is look at all these circles.
바이오닉 대 바이오닉에서 공중 싸움은 그냥 반감하게 모는 게 훨씬 좋을 것 같은데. 지금 여기서 전sun 한두 개 떠봤자 의미가 없어. 해방선 사움 올려주고 이거 한번 주고.
Around the map. You're trying to do his best to really finesse his way through this position. We'll be able to breach in here. Small drop coming in, and the natural expansion here of Maru will get cleaned up.
The first drop we've seen here from Pure in a long
도우기는 잘한 게 본인이 불리한 와중에도 잘 버티면서 저 반반 싸움 지금 만들고 있어요.
He hasn't been able to find any avenue.
1시까지 먹고 이제 결국 뭐 성주가 조금 더 멀티를 빨리빨리 먹었다고 하더라도 결국에 반반 먹으면 똑같거든. 한번 넘어가면은.
I mean, I gotta say, I'm very impressed with Maru here. I didn't quite expect the game to get kind of this intense here. By the way, vehicle weapons level 3 here. So these siege tanks are going to be brutal if you overstep and walk into a.
성주는 지금 밤까마귀 위주로 모으고 있고 도우기는 지금 바이킹 해방선 위주로 모으고 있어.
It's an air Terran, sky Terran coming through, and I mean 5 liberators with range. They can take down siege tanks in a hurry, and even if you are quick with your reactions here as Maru,
벤다이어그램 이제 만들어지기 시작합니다. 민영 보시면은 원이 몇 개, 원이 지금 5개 그려져 있어요.
auto tracking also coming in. That is missile turret range here for Cure. Vehicle weapons 2 completed as well as Rio just filling out the tech trees, and Maru gonna try and make an engagement. A lot of disables coming in. 4 tanks get disabled. They will get cleaned up here, and actually armor shredding missile here on the Vikings. So Maru able
저
to
이제 이게 밤까마귀의 좋은 점,
otherwise would have been able to, and that's a big
탱크 라인을 순식간에 무너뜨릴 수 있다.
just pumped out 5 liberators. He has 2 more in production.
Yeah.
And so now losing the majority of his Vikings 17-5 or 17-7, excuse me, in Maru's favor. Those liberators suddenly a lot less scary. Almost dead supply here as Maru just holding down.
순식간에 또 제공권 뺏겼어.
Might be his path forward to actually start breaching these positions.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. He built his way up to this very specific unit comp, but it can't really be utilized if the Viking dominance is so important. And this is sort of the
아 이러면은 이제
of power in TVT, right?
도우기 입장에서 좀 또 답답해졌죠. 대공권 또 뺏겨버리면 여기서. 성주는 이제 계속 이제 밤까마귀 마다 찰 때마다 탱크라인 뭐 어느 한 군데 뭐 밀고 싶으면은 밀 수 있고.
This is where I'm starting to worry because if Maru can actually keep this position that he has set up here, he's going to have like 2/3 of the map.
절대 저기가 도우기가 뺏겨서는 안 될 라인이에요. 저기를 뺏겨버리면은 저 12시 쪽 12시 반쪽 멀티를 못 먹어요. 아 이게 지금 밤까마귀 차이 토르는 도움 안 되죠. 왜 도움 안 되냐? 도우기가 만약에 토를 뽑아? 밤까마귀 바람에서 걸리면 뭐 할 건데 토르로 그냥 아둥바둥에다가 뒤지는 것밖에 없고 성주 입장에서도 지금 토를 뽑을 이유가 없죠. 이제 토르는 그냥 메카닉 하는 입장에서 지상군 업그레이드 잘 돼 있을 때 팩토리가 한 서너 개 기술 달리는 팩토리가 한 5개 정도 있을 거 아니야. 그때 이제 토를 뽑는 거는 괜찮지.
It's been a very wild game. I mean, just look at the Raven count right now for Maru.
바이오닉 하는 입장에서는 토를 굳이 뽑을 필요가 없어.
So the Vikings coming in for Maru are just constantly getting better trades here. And even Liberators, if they enter the fray and start doing their AoE damage, I mean, if you couple that in with armor shredding missiles,
아, 이런
they could actually start
기울었습니다 이제.
I know their supplies are Maru, who's basically getting the upper.
Here's the Ravens. He are also just on point, and Pure is completely contained. He doesn't really have another path forward to expand. And you might look at the minimap and say, okay, yeah, he's on 5 bases though. It's fine. And the reality is, a lot of these bases, they're mining out.
결국 발루단 사가지 끌고 갔지만 밤까마귀 먼저 모은 성주 쪽에서 제공권을 잡아버렸다.
And Maru is giving him absolutely zero breathing room. Another armor shredding missile coming in. More trades. Maru has slightly less Vikings overall, but
yeah, we're gonna get the auto turret spam out here. That should even out this number. And you know,
싸우면 안 되죠.
To this location here, at the top right, and
oh wow, I didn't even notice the siege tanks actually laying siege.
Oh, I actually didn't know. I didn't see it either.
Do you understand English? Sure.
Flying stuff over it. Yeah, you know, I think that Maru has kind of done the remarkable. I mean, he's actually slowly, you know,
여기서 끝.
into this position.
지지.
The transit, let's for being crowned the next GSL.
The entire
It's been what? This is the third TBT series so far that we casted.
Or speaking? I can speak English. 잠깐만. 이거는
To remember.
도우기가 투병형 사신.
I'm sorry to put you
I'm
on the
not-
spot. It
no,
just,
I'm not
everything
sure. We've
starts to
casted so many
blend.
games.
It's been what? This is the third TBT series so far.
14, 14.
But I can't.
근데 성주는 팩더블이고요.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of hit or miss, and oftentimes it comes down to positioning and control and whether it actually gets scouted in time.
yeah. Well, I mean,
이러면은 뭐 투병형 사실 막는데
stronger it is, but then you know, are they going to look?
뭐 안 좋진 않아. 그 서치도 가는 거기 때문에
else seems like has caught on to this idea of just scout them, don't scout for the proxy, but actually just go across the map because at this rate, I mean, how common is
After watching GSL final, I play game.
40 games we have a Macarex.
That's very few. Is that?
Oh,
Trying to hide from us.
The producer said partying in my ears, and I'm like, the guy in the middle isn't partying. I know what partying looks like.
Yeah,
Like,
I heard it too, and then I looked at the
Yeah.
right. I'm like, this
There he
guy.
is. There he is. He's watching. He's
이상기가 있었다고?
It's
Very
right over there.
Is that?
Oh, in black.
That's-
That's
is that-
partying.
is that
It's partying
partying
over
in the
there. It's
glass?
partying in my ears, and I'm like, the guy in the middle isn't partying. I know what partying looks like.
Yeah,
Like,
I heard it too, and then I looked at the
Yeah.
right. I'm like,
저 새끼 군인 맞음? 머리 길이 왜
there he
그럼?
is. He's watching these Terrans
it's a
thinking that way
celebrity.
to
Celebrity.
cheese him out. Yeah,
Celebrity trying to hide from the paparazzi,
Yeah.
but we found him.
we found him.
All right, so Maru got the scout off in the main base. He knows this is coming. That's why he pulled all these SCVs, trying to hamper this first Reaper
아,
the main.
이러면은 짤막하는데?
Damage down that will slow the push just a little bit, as Kira will want to wait for that Reaper to regen at least the majority of its hit points before coming back in and actually hold that.
여기서-
Pounces on this straight away, and that one.
아,
Reaper
아무것도 이득을 못
almost
거둬서 지금 일꾼 한 마리도 못 잡았어.
Yeah, again, it's all about keeping every Reaper alive so that that damage
호사시 타이밍.
back up. The factory back.
하사시 타이밍이 한번 들어갈 것 같은데 3, 40대 한번 더
Kind
올라갔다.
of rush that we've already seen. A little bit worried here. I mean, he's being pretty cavalier. There is a way you can.
아, 야, 이러면은
preempt what they're going to do. You know, that jump isn't instantaneous. It does take, you know, a little bit under a second to kind of get up and then land.
여기서 사신이 한 마리가 잡혀버리면은 되게 안 좋거든요.
Be receiving damage.
I feel like Kira was trying to find one Marine kill or one Reaper kill before the Hellion got out, but just
Yeah.
wasn't actually able to get it. And that's on Maru just having really good control, though. I mean, he's one of those players that does this build more than anybody.
한 번 더 들릴 것 같거든. 지금 또 봤어. 사신을 계속 찍는구나. 한 번 더 들어오겠구나.
Right?
I'm excited to see how Maro's going to play this too, because like, you know, if you're losing to a build on ladder a whole lot, one of the best things.
그래도 변형이 어느 쪽으로 뛰었는데
See how they stop it.
중요합니다 여기서.
He actually got in here with the good angling. A little bit
성주는 아까 이런 비슷한 상황에서 입구 잡히고 다 살아갔거든요.
AoE damage on these.
근데 아 잠깐만
Here they are. 7 SCVs already going down.
일구를 많이 잡긴 했거든. 근데 사신도 다 잡혀서
Barely not. Oh, he actually does get one. So that's a very
많이 잡긴
good
했어.
trade there for Kira. I've got to say
Wow.
that's better than I was expecting. And also keep in mind that he lost one of
많이 잡긴 했어
straight from
진짜로.
the get-go. It's just
Yeah.
those grenades were so clutch.
That
They
was-
got so much AoE damage in that it was like every single SCV was in the red.
crazy moment back there. Ultimately was a success. And now, I mean, this is a substantial worker lead here.
One more Reaper, I think, has snuck its way into the main base as those SCVs are actually frantically trying. They're huddling to repair each other. They don't want to fall to yet another Reaper.
이러면 저는 그냥 반반이라고 생각해요.
It's kind of a feels bad man there for Maru is you do not want to spend all of these resources repairing your SCVs instead of mining. I mean, it's just not what you want your units to be doing. But
No, I
the
mean,
reality of the situation is they're all so low because those grenades from Cure were so solid that if you don't do it, you run the risk of
근데 입구에 너무 많이 잡히긴 했다.
coming in or one or
짧은
two
것줄
Reapers
알았는데.
coming in and suddenly everything's getting one shot or two shot.
If they don't repair that damage, is permanent, basically.
Yeah.
You know, it's and that can be brutal. Dial it back and try to wait it out.
We'll see. I feel like we've just done a full role reversal though because Cure's already thrown down the third CC. Back at home, he's got 1 Cyclone, 1 Siege Tank, and 1 Viking. So it's a mech army for now. We'll see if he decides to throw down more barracks. I'm sure that
이거 메카닉이 한 번도 안 나왔네. 역시 테트즈 메카닉은 안 되는 건가?
Pivot back into a bio composition is would be wild to have more mech come in.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in store for us here. Oh, just sending an empty medevac out.
It's like
I don't know.
it's like a hallucinated oracle. It's just like
Yeah.
scare you.
Yeah.
비전술선.
Hallucinated Phoenix. I'm not sure what the plan is with this.
Well, maybe I'm trying to think about what the plan might be, and if it doesn't die, it's cheaper than a scan. So maybe he's trying just to like move in there, take a little bit of hull damage, and see if there's an orbital or something.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, a lot of times we see that. Maybe he thought it was full for a second and it wasn't. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, because if he was trying to pretend like it was aggression, I would
Maybe trying to
imagine.
fake a drop or
Yeah.
something. Like,
무난하게 트리플 가고 또 바이오닉 가고 있네요.
I'm gonna harass you.
I think that's actually it, because now looking at the mini-map, we haven't gotten a shot of it on screen, but I believe Maru actually has a third command center and is today. So he's just trying to feign like he has the units to go for the aggression earlier than you should.
Yeah, maybe he'll keep that command center in his main a little bit longer when in fact he has no intention of attacking.
That makes sense. We're so good. We're so good. We get to figure all this stuff
맵이 좀 넓은 편이라
Here, man, like suddenly the game slows down.
둘 다 그냥 무리하게
Every
뭐
player watching at home is just face palming that guy.
찌르는 건 아니고 그냥 바이오닉 위주로 가려고 하네요. 다른 거 달아주고.
And I mean Maru, you know, in what can occasionally be a little bit of a dry early to mid game.
Yeah, and as things are shaping up, it seems like Maru's going to have about a 15 or 20 second lead in his infantry weapons overall, and both players throwing down more barracks. I was wondering if we might see something a little bit more mech heavy coming out of Pure just because of how much idle time he had on the barracks, using them to build add-ons and just mostly focusing on. And now I think the real aggression is going to start coming out here from Maru.
Yeah, he's going to start to roam with these medevacs.
보면은 근데 도우기는 항상 보면은
We do have the Ravens lagging behind just slightly these medevacs.
그 뭐냐
Yeah, they're not as quick.
아까 그 스타포트에서 바둑도 빨리 달아가지고 압박하는 경기 그거 빼고는 그냥 전체적으로 수비적으로 하네. 일단 맞고 가겠다는 마인드로 하네. 근데 와 절묘하게 안 들켰어. 뿌리도 안 했는데 이거.
Only just now starting, so Kira's gonna stim and try and stop this, but we're gonna have turrets drop immediately here.
이거 엠베 깨지면 크거든요.
He is gonna get the
다행히 그래도 방업
Can he get the other one?
I
이거 다 깨나?
surprised with the siege tanks here, but I think you just take the win right there.
엠방이 깨지면 큽니다
Three
이거.
Marines, some Raven energy. It was like 3 or 4 turrets at most, and you stop +1 armor.
Yeah, and I mean to be honest with you.
그나마 방업 엠베라 그냥 괜찮긴 한데 너무 아쉽지 근데.
It's a really big deal.
Especially in infantry versus
업차 이러면 계속 벌어질 수밖에
It's going
없고요.
to matter a lot in the Marine versus Marine fights. Now, if you're trying to go and break a position where there's a lot of siege tanks that are garrisoned without support, I mean, it's not too much of an issue having that -1 armor, but in all other cases, it's an issue. So Mario going to be compounding that upgrade advantage that he already had now by taking out the engineering bay. I mean, +1 armor just so far behind here for Cure, and here comes the siege.
오 뭐야?
Sable comes in. I think for a second Cure actually might have.
아 이거 아니야.
아! The shoe's on the other foot.
네. 한 마리로 저거는 오바였어.
I guess he gets a sensor tower there as well. I don't think Maro's going to stick to this though. He's pretty good at like taking what he can and then just packing it up and trying to reconfigure.
Yeah.
He's very good at sharking around in the middle of the map with Marine tank and kind of keep.
방금 그 아까 그 드랍으로 엠베 하나 깨진 것 때문에 그냥 또 도우기는 또 계속 막고 있어야 돼. 막으면서 뭐 우주선 뭐 한두 정도만 돌려가지고 그냥 멀티 파괴하던가. 업차이가 많이 벌어졌거든요.
Another command center coming down here for Cure as he's starting to power up a little bit back at home. These tanks will siege. Maru does have a scan on that, and
끊어주는 거 좋아요.
bad split off there. Medvac's going to have to scurry away into the corner. Most of these Marines will be able to get away, and with a lot of back and forth, it's still a very even game, all things considered. Maru a little bit ahead in workers, Cure a little bit ahead in army. I think the main story for me right now is the upgrade advantage here for Maru might set up for a killer timing once 2-2 is done.
You know, if he didn't have that, if he did have the armor upgrade, is the word I'm trying to find. I think he could do a lot. Maru is now on 5 bases to Kier's 3. So like,
Oh, that's right.
positionally, Kier might be able to do a lot here because this is a pretty wide spread. But like,
그리고 그 와중에 잘 나왔어.
really bad
시야 없는 쪽으로
long term here.
빠져 나왔습니다.
Get canceled.
자리 잡아야죠.
Immediately
들어가서.
does.
So now, you know, basically, well, hold on, Kier's actually maxed out. Maybe he can make this work. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Maru
그러니까 성주도 계속 그 센터 와리가리 하면서 그런 움직임 보여주다가 그냥 탱크를 빼버렸어. 그냥 빼서 그냥 수비적으로 하고 그냥 길게 보겠다는 생각으로 뺐던 것 같아. 그래서 오히려 그냥 도우기가 나왔는데 이미 지금 감지탑 다 깔려있고 뭐 빈틈 없죠.
pull away from this position is there just isn't enough infantry on the ground to actually support those siege tanks, and now we see Kier expanding to a 5th base, continuing to move around.
여기서 이제 어느 타이밍에 스카이를 넘어가느냐.
Well, I think that Maru is just going to slip right out with this small group. You know, 4
오,
is usually the number in medevac.
이걸 일직선으로 날아가서 드랍?
There's a lot on the map here. For Kier.
본진까지 가긴 오바였고.
And Kier's bringing everything.
야, 이걸 또 이렇게 빈틈을
Doesn't really have a path
본진으로?
for attacks just yet. Right, so he's
아.
gonna come back home, deal with this. Does lose 10 SCVs, but kills what 3, soon to be 4 medevacs. A lot of Marines in total. It's a nice military win for him.
Yeah, I mean he's still killing a lot of SCVs.
바로 바꿔주기.
14 SCVs killed so far. That's actually quite a bit.
It's actually so funny. Maru focuses down the reactor on the starport, and Kier just immediately lifts it and trades places with the reactor barracks.
Yeah.
Just instantaneously.
Those reactors, I mean, they take a long time to make. It's actually a really good building to target.
Yeah.
Get in there.
성주가 이제 저렇게 견제하면서 한 템포 빠르게 스카이로 넘어가고 도우기는 아직 지상군 지금 꽉꽉 지금 그래도 채웠어요. 지상군 자체는 지금 도우기가 훨씬 세긴 해 지금 당장은. 들면 그만이고.
Okay, he's actually eating so much damage from the siege tanks. Maru shying away from the position itself. Not bad for Kier. Maybe a necessary trade out there.
Yeah, but he didn't get the base, and that
결국 따라가 줘야 되거든요. 도우기도.
But it's not as it doesn't feel as insurmountable as it did a moment ago, where Kier's army was just really absolutely pumping there. And
도우기가 근데 아직도 스카이로 넘어갈 그 의도는 안 보이는데. 좀 더 그냥 지상군에 집중하고 있어.
Can lead to scary situations where siege tanks get disabled and then a massive swarm of Marines come down and just clean everything up. But for now, Maru
아스타리 지금 버리고 그냥 지상군 위주로 그냥 어떻게든 뚫는다는 마인드인 것 같은데. 지금도 안 가는 거 보면은.
Air units, it's in Vikings, it's in Ravens. There's some Liberators now on the field and 13 siege tanks.
I'm getting worried, man. I think
이제 가네요.
in a long game of tank, infantry, Liberator, Viking versus each other. He seems to be he has 2 big army positions and he's ready at any moment to strike, where he feels that Maru is going to be weaker on one side. And whenever you see this kind of setup from Kier, you know he's going to also be able to take another base as soon as he has the moment to give his attention to that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like this is kind of Maru's comfort zone. If it was a lesser Terran player, then certainly I would feel much more comfortable with Kier just consuming the map, taking breach positions like this, disables come through. On these forward siege things, that's going to allow Maru to move all the way up.
아, 이게 이제 스카이로 먼저 넘어간 테란의 이점. 그러면서 해병 잔여 병력은 어떻게 또 계속 빈틈을 만들어내고 있어. 아, 잠깐만, 여기 또 엠베 위에 엠베.
yeah, you
not?
get +3 armor, one more. Yeah.
자 이러면서 이제 병력 위로 다 지금 몰린 걸 확인했으니까 또 한번 나옵니다. 탱크.
Yeah, so the supply still
다시 들어갑니다.
here, but the economy here for Maru, it is solid, and unless there's some missteps, I mean, even with all these Marines stimming forward, he's going to be able to shave off a couple of these siege tanks, but not too many going down, and the siege tank count's still very healthy here for Maru.
은근히 해병으로 지금 방금 탱크 잘 바꿔줬는데.
Starports up, these extra starports much earlier than Cure, so the Raven count is higher. The Viking count is higher. He has 2 Liberators to none there for Cure, and as we saw in the previous game, usually it is that Sky Terran that is going to reign supreme should we go to a split map scenario, and the way this one is going, it kind of feels like we are starting to tread down that path. So I'm wondering now whether Kira is going to be able to find an opening at any of these ulterior bases here for Maru, or if Maru's defense is just going to get tighter and tighter, and he's going to reign supreme.
멀티 숫자는 지금
Be able
똑같고
to eke out a win that way because it worked for him in the previous map.
Yeah, it really did.
전순
He's gonna stim and run by with these few Marines. Notice he's not even making medevacs here. It's like just send the Marines out.
야마토 누르고 있거든. 전순.
Just get what you can find. Medevac good. When they slow down, stim them again and keep running.
There really is a situation here. It's funny to think about it like that. Like sensor tower, sure, yeah, trade these for gas units. This is the stage in the game where gas is starting to become a more contested commodity for all these Terran players because the units they want to make. Oh, we have battle cruisers actually coming up for Maru.
전순 3개 찍혔습니다.
That's very interesting.
Really going into the supreme Sky Terran here.
This is so funny. This game and the last game have started to kind of go into these weird directions. They look like old StarCraft 1 TVTs.
갈만하죠. 근데 제공권을 오히려
By the way.
잡고 있는 상태에서 가는 전수는 괜찮아. 근데 이제 제공권을 잡혔는데 가는 전수는 별로 안 좋고.
In StarCraft 1.
And Kier behind all of this. He's not even maxed yet. He's behind on workers. Maru, with his max, he's making battle cruisers, which are one of the most expensive units.
멀티도 이제 근데 좀 더 그렇죠 먹어줘야죠.
Right. On top of that, he's also throwing
가스가 많이
a ton
필요하거든요.
of additional command centers. Some of those might be planetaries. I guarantee you, a lot of those will also be orbital commands.
이제 해병은 생산 멈췄고 완전히 이제 넘어갔습니다. 전순
Of a less supply intensive economy with mules.
전순 탱크 밤가 바이킹으로 해병 다 버려줬어. 도우기도 이제 해병 다 버려줘야 될 것 같은데 지금 해병은 이제 쓰레기가 됐거든요.
Just a guarantee on the Vikings here for Cure. There's basically no way he's going to dodge it. And battle cruisers, they attack so fast.
Yeah, they
Coupled
really
with
do.
turrets, coupled with the Vikings that Maru also has on the field.
전순 방업 되면 해병으로 전순 절대 못 잡습니다.
Concern for Cure's position here in terms of the way the Sky Armies are.
방업이 안 되는 전순은 잡을 수 있거든. 근데 이제 전순이 방 2업 이상 되면은 안 죽어요 해병한테.
Into because I mean this is just an overwhelming Sky Force here for Maru.
By the way, he's setting his own SCVs in here to
제공권
build up. So
먹으려고 지금 도우기가 제공권 싸움 걸어봤는데
So 13 SCVs will get traded out as those orbital commands complete. Excuse me. And now we have Maru.
자 이제 도우기 짜증나죠? 지금 어떻게 해야 되지? 멍해지죠? 여기서 이미 이득을 거뒀고 병력 올 때쯤에 또 전수는 워프로 도망가기 때문에
Goodness, Yamato on the planetary fortress barely not able to take it out.
I think
There
he can
might be
still
enough
get it.
DPS.
Yeah, I think he can actually get it if he just focuses it down. He does.
Oh my
Goodbye.
goodness, Maru just so good.
You know,
Teleporting back, almost full HP, barely even need to repair those things. And now Kira, I mean, he's such a high tank count, but
Yeah,
the tanks are obsolete.
He has got this crazy composition. He could probably roam and find another base.
또 돌려줘야지 전순 계속 돌려주고 돌려주면서 빈틈 생기면 또 멀티 먹고
I don't
이어가고
know, man.
Because Maru basically has something set up where he can systematically move out, kill a base, get back, and pretty much do it unscathed.
Kira's a handful more Vikings, but the Raven count and the Battlecruiser count obviously supporting Maru here makes me think that.
아 그 와중에
Zergling,
3해명 딱 있었거든 성주한테 그거 딱 의료선에 세워가지고
kamikaze it in there.
존나 알뜰살뜰 견제하네. 와
Use these Zerglings too. So funny.
All right, he's gonna just go for this tank. now.
이제 해병 다 썼어. 이제 해병 다 썼어. 아까 딱 3개 남아 있었거든.
You have to send stuff back, and it can't be just like your own 3 Marines in a medevac. It has to be like enough that like you can.
나였으면 귀찮아가지고 그냥 해병 그냥 내 선에서 직결 처형하거든. 그냥 탱크로 점사해서 잡아버리거든. 자, 성주는 의료선까지 태워가지고 저것도 견제로 쓰네요.
Times like this, I wish we could see the army supply split between land army and air army because I feel like, I mean, for Maru, just the air superiority, it is unbelievable here. Even this turret doing work. I'm surprised the tanks are taking so long to take.
아, 이게
Maru just on another level right now. It feels like in these late games.
전술을 저렇게 전술이 쌓이면 잡으려면은 밤까마귀가 많이 필요한데 밤까도 전술 숫자보다 더 적고 탱크는 의미가 없고
I would just teleport my battle cruisers on top of those Vikings. Man. I mean,
전술 잡을 게 없죠 이제.
Might still do that.
yeah, he might. These Vikings, they have to.
야, 워프 이거 나와라.
Trying to run away through the little waddle, but they cannot get away. Now you have Matos also coming in.
Oh my
and
God,
Maru.
GG! What an ending!
멋있게 이겼다.
Late game TBT. Fun.
Oh,
3대2.
and the man. What? Pretty epic. Actually, something different happened. Fourth and so the man.
근데 왜 이렇게 그 밤까마귀를 많이 안 모으지? 밤까마귀 많이 모이면은 좋지 않나? 성주는 아까 드래곤 스케일에서 했던 빌드네요. 본진의 원베러, 전제에서 원베러.
Having tanks and marines and controlling the map and doing that back and forth. And so what Maru's showing us is just a more extended version of the matchup where he can drag it out and then bring a new tech and win that way. And that's very cool to see. Is that Cure might have a better mastery, like he beat Maru on it with a 2-base push. He has not really died to a lot. You know, you look at the way that Bunny died and then compare that to Maru. It's crazy.
지금 성주가 지금 페이크 걸고 있어. 지금 안마당 먹으려고 하는 척, 견제 받는 척 하면서 투베럭이거든. 이제 맞죠? 근데 본진에 원베럭이 있네. 드래곤 스케일에서는 여기서 전진 패까지 갔거든요.
Earlier in his best of 5 of the semifinals against Cure of all people. It's what we're seeing.
전진 패까지 갑니다.
This proxy barracks, the proxy factory, 2 Reapers now coming up the ramp. Cure a little bit unprepared for this. Takes a lot of damage there on that Marine. Not as many SCVs pulled. And okay,
근데
this time the SCV comes back is going to be able to play the factory.
That's very important.
봤어 이번에는.
Not only, you know, every factory that comes out of that's delayed, but the starport itself is delayed.
아까 드래곤 스케일이랑 똑같은 상황인데 그때는 못 봤고 지금은 봤거든요.
Because we've seen this build a couple of times now with the factory and without the factory, and oftentimes the way this one ends up going is, yes, there is aggression, they trade. One player, usually the defender, is going to lose a healthy number of SCVs, maybe 5, maybe 6, sometimes more.
벙커를 앞에다가 박는다?
Generally speaking, everybody so far today has been pretty good at navigating themselves out of this position.
근데 성주는 들켜서 무리하면 안 되겠다. 그냥 빠지는데 앞에다 벙커 받고 있어. 너무 쫄았어 지금.
This is so cool. So Cure's overreacting and making a bunker.
There is no
지금 그냥 앞에다가 대놓고 지금 커맨드를 지어야 될 타이밍인데.
Basically, Cure is bracing for impact. He's now. That doesn't mean that, like, for instance, this rush is going to come in. That's one thing, right? But it's totally different from the siege tank push that we saw
게다가 지금
earlier.
보니까 우주공항에 반도 달고 지금 바이킹 2개씩 뽑으려고 하는 것 같은데?
We'll see if he actually gets any damage done. Oh, I'm sorry. He is going to make the tank, but not push with it. He's going to make the tank.
기술이 달았네.
Back to home again. Very weird build, but he's actually.
Yeah, and the Cure's command center starts when Maru's orbital command starts. So a full CC ahead is Maru. A lot of these units, though, they are on this side of the map here. So these 2 Hellions.
여기서 많이 잡아줘야 돼.
Only a handful of
잡을 수
in position to defend. SCVs will fall. The question is how many.
좀 아쉽다. 좀 아쉽다.
We've got 3 kills so far. If you can get a 4th, these Hellions have at least paid for themselves.
딸피 좀 있는데? 아 이거 보는 순간 존나 짜증나죠. 뭐야 앞마당 돌아가고 있네? 개불리하네? 어떻게 이김? 이러고있지. 그렇지 나가야지. 무조건 나가야지. 아 그 와중에 이게 해병이 또 잡혀버리면은 아 또 힘 빠지거든요. 3, 4시 또 돌릴 거 아니야 본진으로. 그러면은 도우기는 5일이 돼버릴 거 아니야. 저기서 일꾼이 잡혀버리면. 그래도 다행히 타이밍 맞게 지금 나왔어. 아! 여기서 지금 멀티 차이가 너무 많이 나기 때문에 지금 승부를 봐야 됩니다. 근데 여기 탱크 따는 거 좋아요. 여기서 잡을 수 있는 초록이었는데 이걸 거리 계산을? 야 이거 잡았으면은 몰랐는데. 그래도 잡을 수 있을 것 같은데.
The command center, and Maru once again sending the Raven around. He might try to get a wraparound behind this, getting a couple more SCV kills back in the actual expansion there for Kira. It looks like he might be gunning to.
그 와중에 지금 둘러선 돌렸어요. 돌려서 이거 뒤에서 먹겠다.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he was going to drop on the tanks or if he was going to come.
먹냐 이거 막히자 싸움인데 먹을 거 같거든요. 밤까마귀 만화가 있거든요. 아 근데 좀 애매하다. 아직 안 들리는다. 일꾼 잡혀. 오. 괜찮은데 근데 이제 이게 살아 돌아가야 이제 도가 괜찮은 건데. 저기들 자리 잡고. 아.
A lot of reinforcements here. Okay, Stim is done. Stim's going to come in. Orbital gets lifted now. Tank gets.
코맨드 깨지면 끝납니다. 코맨드 깨지면 끝나요.
And that siege tank there in the main base, it repositions into a more defensive position.
야 조성주의 판단. 저걸로 이거 뒤에 있는 병력에 막는 것보단 역으로 치는 판단. 일꾼 숫자 또 17개 잡으면서 또 둘이 또 22개, 23개 또 맞춰줘서 일꾼 숫자가.
I think I still have to give the advantage to Cure right now. I mean, he's just continuously getting closer and closer to breaching this position, and the Viking count just continues to grow. And also, look at the positioning here of the orbital commands. The siege tanks, they're going to pop out on the left side.
Oh, yeah, it's a good
오,
point.
근데 진짜 잘 전진했어.
The thing that Cure has going from he actually has a push that has momentum.
I don't see a way that Maru is going to be able to stop this. 3 siege tanks. He's going to stem forward now. The medevacs from the backside as he does get the full surround.
He gets the no, he does not.
근데 이건 어차피 잡아먹힐 병력이었는데.
Okay, I guess that's how you do it then for Maru.
어차피 잡아먹힐 병력이었어. 이거는
And clean this up and
예상할 수 있는 결과였고. 근데 너무 쉽게 먹혀버렸다.
This is wild, and you know at the end of the day, it's going to be almost even army supplies. Cure up 4 workers overall.
Stim's not done here. He invested all that tech, and at this point in time. I mean, maybe he could even Maru could push into the main.
I think from here we just normalize. Honestly, I think we might be going into another macro game.
But yeah, maybe you're right.
냉정하게 말해서 지금 난 반반인 것 같은데 성주가 업그레이드가 조금 잘 돼 있다. 이 정도.
There's no Raven though. You can't disable any of the siege tanks with Cure.
이 의료선. 아, 네 알고 있어요. 올 거 알고 있어.
And you gotta know that he's gonna be covering every possible angle. There's only so many sides that Maru can try and come from, and maybe he'll see if he can find one. Love him baiting away the Viking here for just a moment. And behind all of this, Maru going to engineering bay, adding in a third command.
이거는 막을 수 있고요. 본진으로 가는 투우조선 저병력. 아 잠깐만 근데 그 스킬 한번 뿌려보고 가지? 스킬 한번 뿌려보고 가지? 괜찮아 오케이 원탱크 따먹고 방패업이 안 됐어요. 아 이때 딱 방패업이 돼 있었으면은 저 병력까지 먹을 수 있었는데 방패업이 안 돼 있는 바람에 저걸 못 먹었어.
that tank, and that's gonna be even more Marines escaping here. Maru just a
이제
little
됐는데.
bit
아, 까비.
catch those medevacs on the route back home.
아, 진짜 방패 저기 돼 있었으면은 저거 먹고 게임 기울었다.
I think we've reached a point where we
진짜로.
are stabilizing. I would say that Cure probably has a slight lead, but keep in mind, upgrade advantage. I think right now.
그냥 다시 한번 볼까?
Now for Cure, those medevacs on the Marines escaping though. Marines had to go all the way around. The Marines.
야, 여기서 이게 만약에 방패업 돼 있잖아. 지금 봐봐. 배럭 지금 놀고 있고 지금 해병 이기던데 탱크 따먹고.
Tank's gonna go down. This is a lot of damage that Cure can deal with.
1.4 하고 이랬으면 방패업 돼 있었으면은 또 좀 덜 죽었겠지. 거기서 의료선 힐 받으면서 얘네랑 싸웠으면은 이겼겠지. 그리고 여기 기술 다 깨지고 끝났지.
Already down.
방패업이 근데 몇 초야?
And the Marines had to go
한
all
5초
the way
후회됐어.
around that Sim City too. There's no gap in between those structures. So here, Maru just a little bit too.
진짜 한 끗 차이였다.
Those medevacs on the route back home, man. Now a third command center coming down for Cure. I think we've reached a point where we are stabilizing. I would say that Cure probably has a slight lead, but keep in mind, upgrade advantage. I think right now in favor of Maru. I believe it's just one engineering bay here for Cure.
Yeah, I think he's been in a bit of a difficult spot, trying to play the hinged on where Maru was playing a little bit more kind of middle of the road. We have drops on both sides inbound. What are these two red dots here in the middle?
It's
Yeah,
the tech
이러면은 또 이제 게임이
if I'm not mistaken.
it looks like a vampire bit the middle of the
계속 봐왔던 그런 상황으로 또 안 돼?
Yeah, you're right though. It's just that +1 attack upgrade here for Cure. I mean, if you don't get armor, it's hard to be competitive in a long game. And I think it's possible. Well, Cure's going to just be expanding a little bit later here as well. The orbital's already done.
어.
Yeah, Maru in a nice defensive position back at home, man. We have seen time and time again throughout the mid game. We'll see if he's able to do the same thing now as Armory is going down for Cure. There's no way that he thinks he's
이걸 이제 했겠네.
right now, right? 'Cause I'm surprised. Like, okay, now just adding the second engineering base. So just it was a choice to opt for +1 infantry weapons before anything else. Probably going for +2 and +1.
냉정하게 지금도 반반.
Foreseeable future, and the way things are shaping up now, I really do think we're getting back into that position where it's going to have that same kind of position breaking play available to either player.
Normalizes metric, but
스타1에서는 저거 기술실만 있으면은 시야가 안 보이는데 스타2는 시야
how
보입니다.
good these guys are in control, it may matter the most. So the third CC has landed over here. Development
A little bit more.
towers come up almost at the exact same time.
And Maru looks like he's already pumping out a lot of Vikings. He has 5 on the field right now. Wonder whether we're going to see a center.
여기서 또 3월 먹고 또 게임이 이렇게 길어져 버린다고?
Bust down a single position, right?
It is true. This is kind of a weird
Oh.
moment. He killed the command center. I mean, I guess he got it. So,
Oh, he's not.
oh,
Just
psych.
bare as this one is right now.
Really just go straight up to the top.
I'm surprised got every single medevac in fact.
that.
So that's like 25 supply going down there for Maru.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge drop in supply. It's not the end of the world, but it is pretty bad.
Yeah, I think that's more than anything else that basically kind of forces Maru into position.
확실히
where
세세전
play defense.
1세트가 제일 재밌었다.
Around the map as much. At least not
1세트 진짜 존나 막
unless Cure comes
월테스 싸움 볼만 했는데
trade because losing
뒤에 나온 세세전은 좀 둘 다 이제 수비적으로 하니까
for really no
It wasn't a
positive
trade. I
trade-off.
mean,
Yeah,
he just
루지해지네.
got killed.
he like canceled a command center. It was a third of the way done, and then all the medevacs died halfway across the map.
1세트도 약간 비슷한 양상인데 둘 다 존나 공격하고 그래서 재밌었거든? 아, 이건 좀 계속 보니까 물리네요.
Marines though doubling the count right now of Mars.
일단은 저 감지탑이 한 3개 이상 박힌 순간
It's actually Cure that's adding in the Ravens
그치
first.
루지해지지.
Liberators being added now for Maru. And the way that I'm seeing Cure play this with, you know, adding in Ravens, going for Liberators a little bit faster than before, going for second factory siege tanks makes me think that he really does wants
to get with the right number of Ravens to kind of systematically break, do it again, all that right now, but it's kind of presence.
Center tower gets taken out here by Cure as he's just trying to poke and prod a little bit and get an idea of where Maru's at, and this is now going to be a point of contention here. This fifth base here for Maru, armor shredding turret coming down on the Vikings here. This time in Cure's favor as Maru taking a bad trade. We'll have to lift that command center with this many Vikings and might get taken out.
I mean, this is a pretty humiliating defeat here for Maru.
들었고.
Almost half-heartedly even tried to set up to fight it. This is exactly the fight that Cure was looking for, and Maru stepped right out and gave it to him.
You know, what I want to say right now is I bet if we hit the player colors, if we hit their names, and you came into this game 6,
제공권을 지금 완전히
right now Cure is Maru, and Maru is
도우기가 잡고 있는데?
reversal in the way that they're navigating
이번에는?
compositions. This time it's Cure that's fast.
근데 성주가 토르를 뽑네요.
He's faster, adding in the Ravens. Maru lagging behind just a bit, and right now it's painful for him. He lost his 5th base because of that. He has to rebuild that command center on the low ground outside the natural. And this soft contain, although it's not covering a lot of ground here for Maru, because Cure just has
탱크가 많긴 한데.
it's very hard for Maru to actually maneuver and take either that base at the top left
선발포.
or the center right.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Cure, it's like in line with what we were talking about earlier. Like, he's almost better at this part of the game than Maru is.
글쎄요, 나는 바이오닉에서는 토르가 그렇게 의미가 있나 아까 얘기를 했었는데
Bring this tack into
도우기가 근데 둘 다 밤까마귀를 그렇게 많이는 안 뽑네.
Starports being added for Cure now as well as both Terran players just slowly pivoting into Sky Toss, and now that Cure is maxed, adding in 4 additional command centers.
일단 바이킹 숫자를 좀 많이 늘려주고.
Just really filling out his tech tree. As these Marines will get caught, but this is again kind of a similar story to what we've seen in the mech.
Yeah, eventually get rid of his SCVs too.
바이킹 숫자도 뭐
83 SCVs.
맞춰줘야 되는 게 맞긴 해.
For an income and use the SCVs. They're just like gas miners basically.
Yeah, and look at Cure now setting up with
해병은 좀 돌려주면서 이제 바꿔줘야죠.
Same way that Maru did a couple of maps ago.
해병도 이게 잘 바꿔줘야 돼.
Maru seems like it seemed like he might have had a read that Cure was.
토르 뽑으면 공중 가져올 수 있나요? 토르는 이제 어쩔 때 많이 뽑냐면은 공중을 지금 뺏겼네? 어쩔 수 없다. 토르라도 뽑아야겠다. 약간 이럴 때 뽑아 토르는 보통. 성주도 아까 약간 밀리고 있는 상황에서 그냥 어거지로 뽑은 것 같거든? 약간 사업의 방송 같은 거 오면은 한 개 정도 오면은 이제 토르로 이제 견제를 할 수 있으니까 약간 그런 정도? 더 이상 밀리면 안 되겠다 싶을 때 토르를 뽑긴 합니다. 공중을 완전히 잡기는 힘들지 근데 토르는 너무 느려가지고. 여기서 공중을 역으로 잡아버린다고?
Yeah, it's hard with the color schemes and then also the Liberator Siege kind of obscuring the vision there.
Yeah. Or that won the game for him. He has reached out and grabbed another base.
아 진짜 태태전은 결승전이 메시 포인트인데도 왜 이렇게 긴장감이 없지?
Which is like what he needs to do.
태자전이랑 다르네.
Maru of course has done the same, but Maru is
생방으로 봤어도 비슷했을 것 같은데.
And Maru is getting air superiority again. Cure is pumping out Vikings 6 at a time to try and close the distance.
And it's the funniest thing. It's like, you know, it's a game where Cure surrounds him and then nothing happens for a while, and then Maru suddenly comes out and is making big advances on the map. He's going to take another base right away after this. I don't know what's to say that Maru can't come out a little bit further and then push one of Cure's bases out of position.
1세트 같은 경기였으면 되게 재밌었을 것 같은데. 확실히 탱크 라인 갖고 이거 바이킹 밤까마귀 사거리 싸움이 재미없긴 하다.
Ravens as well. So here's what I'm talking about. He doesn't want these SCVs. It's so strange. These are all very, very old, early StarCraft ideas about TVT. And even including getting rid of the SCVs when you get far enough along where it's like, all right, we don't want that many workers.
It's a little difficult to follow exactly what... Well, I mean, the game plan, if you boil it down to just trying to navigate yourself to a Sky Terran army as best as possible,
Yeah.
is quite simple, but the small tactics that both players are continuously employing to try and get there makes it so hard to follow. I mean, just the way
냉정하게 말해서 지금 그래도 라인 긋는 거는 도우기가 좀 더 괜찮거든? 성주 저기 센터 쪽 멀티 못 먹게 하면서 근데 지금 뚫린다. 성주가 지금 순간 해병 비중을 좀 높였어요. 높여가지고 밤까마귀 방해멘테스 걸고 뚫어버렸네.
Fluctuating between these different techs, depending on what is appropriate to disarm the given situation, and then he's refilling it. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a lot of what we've seen in these endgame Zerg games, where they like go into a certain army, and then they go into Brood Lords, and then that forces like the counter to the Brood Lords, whether you're against a Zerg or a Terran, and then they counter that. He's kind of doing the Terran version of that, only in a mirror matchup.
It does feel that way because notice he hasn't really made any Vikings to try and contest the Viking count here for Cure. Instead, he's just been pumping Ravens and he's been pumping Marines. So he's splitting his minerals and his gas that way. And, you know, if Cure doesn't have a healthy number of siege tanks on the ground, there really is nothing
업그레이드 상황은 둘 다
stimming forward and taking care of the
비슷하고
Vikings, right?
Yeah.
So
방 1업 정도 성주가 앞서.
dance that they're doing with their unit compositions, and I feel like, I mean, Maru is just so good at this. A little bit of a, I want to say a misclick there, as I don't think the army was intended to go in that direction. But it's so interesting to watch these army compositions just continue to develop and evolve as the game progresses, and see exactly what triggers what transition.
Yeah, I mean, this has been quite a wild ride. Though I have to say, I think that
도우기는
Morrow has like
바이킹 비중이 엄청 높네.
quite a lot of his tanks. Well, hold on a second. He's now going to come in here. He's disabled all the tanks. We have like 100.
오히려 바이킹 비중이 높다 보니까 해병이 좀 더 많은 성주가
Siege tanks behind these Vikings though, and so Maru's going to kite back. And man, this
약간 이런 국지전에서는 좀 앞서고.
It's actually doing an excellent job of zoning out all of these Vikings, all of these
대장과 30대 셋이 어땠냐고요? 그때는 바이킹 왜 뽑음? 저거 바이킹 26기 다 저거 밤까마귀 돼야 됨. 대장간만 쏘면 다 죽는데 뭐. 이게 오히려 제공권을 잡았지만 또 역으로 지금 또 탱크 비율이 또 깨지는 바람에 바이킹도 아무것도 못하죠. 결국 해병이 해냈다. 해병 밤가가.
It feels like Cure just doesn't have.
And he's got medevacs. He can actually go up into where the infrastructure.
이래서 상대 유닛 봐가면서 또 방금 조합을 계속 맞춰줘야 돼. 바이킹 비중이 너무 높았어.
Marines of his own to start to try and counter this, but instead it's Maru that just continues to push up. Another orbital command falls.
그러니까 이런 상황에서는 도우기가 탱크 비중 좀 더 높이면서 해병도 또 섞어줬어야 돼.
Yeah, the one concerning thing there for Maru is, although the first engagement went very well, the follow-up was not quite as spectacular. A lot of the Ravens died.
계속 상대가 뭐 찍는지 봐야 돼. 그래서 좀 어렵지.
Effectively was reset. And behind all this,
wild, man.
Look at the map as well. Cure's been expanding despite all of this aggression. So his economy also firing on all cylinders.
배틀?
But neither player able to reach a maxed army.
That's right. Cure has an ungodly amount of gas.
그래도 지금도 늦지 않았어요. 멀티 존나 많거든 도우기. 오히려 극만 두 개를 지금 먹고 있거든.
They're both getting closer and closer to maxing out here.
Every single base on the map is
근데 지금 배틀은 의미가 없는 게
Kira does have the gold.
아까 성수가 배틀 쓸 때 다른 게 뭐냐면은 성수는 이미 지금 밤까마귀를 보시면 11개가 있어요. 배틀 숫자 한 2배 이상 많아. 그래서 배틀을 이제 정면으로 절대 못 쓰고 무조건 그냥 견적으로만 쓸 수밖에 없어.
Let's remember that Kira's actually been mining for more bases for longer.
I would love to see the units lost tab and just get an idea of exactly who has been more cost efficient and
이렇게밖에 못 써.
to mix in battle cruisers. This is one thing that Maru doesn't really have. It feels like it might be Kira's ace in the hole here, as he already has 3 battle cruisers on the field. With that gas, he's also adding in a ton of Ravens. He's getting all of the elite upgrades here for the BCs, plus 3 air weapons,
도망가.
weapons,
도망가.
auto cannons all coming in.
방금 차나 만화 한 대 빼고 도망가.
This is pretty
오, 그렇지.
with that battle cruiser.
Yeah, Marines are not really the answer, and Maru, he's transitioned very heavily into them. He's got about 50 Marines in total on the field right now. The siege tank count here for Kira only at 9.
The good news for Maru is that he knows how to kind of throw those Marines in there.
이제 좀 배틀을 어차피 쓸 거기 때문에 지상군 숫자가 좀 부족할 거란 말이에요. 라인을 좀 내려야
I
돼.
mean, we're still maxed out. There's almost 50 Marines for Maru, or there's 11 here for Kira. So I mean, Kira practically doesn't even have Marines.
라인 내리고 탱크도 좀 찍어줘야 될 것 같거든.
Maru, at this point in the game,
이거 성주 지금 그 해병 위주로 뽑는 거 뽑고 있거든.
superior mobility, and
I
then
agree.
build up a bank behind it and try to remax on something that can take on these battle cruisers, because there really isn't much of an answer to them right now. I mean, yeah, maybe you can disable every BC and then like drop
그치.
auto turrets, but that's
탱크
not
비율 좀
really a
높여줘야지.
long-term solution to killing these things, right? I think we need more Vikings here for Mario, or BCs of his own.
He is gonna
지금 올 때 저기 탱크 위로 워프 탱크 위로 가야 된다. 저 탱크 먹어야 된다. 도망가.
Every single one gets disabled. Big shredding missile coming in, auto turrets as well.
That was the one thing that
이렇게 돼버립니다.
battle cruisers. He could even, I think, stack the disables here
Yeah, he
again.
just did.
이게 만약에 여러분
Yeah.
Missile coming in.
이게 저거 여기 오게 만들었잖아. 밤가랑 밝히 오게 만들었잖아. 여기로 유인해놓고 이거 탱크 쪽으로 업해가지고 탱크 다 먹고 다시 여기 멀티 먹고 이런 식으로 운영해야 돼. 근데 잡혀버리면은
Coming in, every single
아무 의미 없죠.
disabled. Armor shredding missile coming in, auto turrets as well.
That was the one thing that he had.
절대 잡혀버리면 안 돼, 이게.
He could even, I think, stack the disables here
Yeah, he
again.
just did.
Yeah.
Just add on to the cooldown on the other side of the map. You're able to disable these siege tanks with no Raven support. And oh, the Ravens are a little bit too far
도망가.
behind. This one might
지금이라도.
teleport away.
두 개는 살렸네
Wow,
그래도.
that's actually pretty big.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a slip up there for Maru. As he's
Yeah.
그래도 괜찮아.
He's trying to put out all these other fires, right? It's easy for us as observers.
탱크 받고 털에 존나 박어.
But really, Maru's
돈 많잖아.
playing like 500 AP.
멀티 딱 반반 먹고
Whittles his way
반반
through
먹고
this.
나머지는 배틀로 견제하면서
Has been interrupted
한번 마인드로 하면 되는데.
side of the map.
탱크를 라인 그냥 그어야 되는데.
Minerals in the long term that he can mine from.
아 진짜 밤까마귀 와가지고 이거
This is
따이겠다.
the craziest TVT ever.
Yeah, this is an insane game. I feel we're seeing pretty much every single Terran unit here.
그러니까 이런 식으로 만약에 도우기가 이런 식으로 배틀 운영할 거면은 탱크 라인을 좀 내리고 앞에다 털에서 존나 막아야 돼. 밤까마귀가 바이오틱스를 쓰러 오더라도 저 새끼들이 그냥 맘대로 돌아가지 못하게. 저 살아 돌아오면 또 만화청까지 다시 오잖아.
Coming in, that's going to give these Marines some breathing room. Armor shredding missile on the Ravens and the missile turret.
이렇게 따여버린다고, 너무 앞에 있으면.
And look at Cure's supply just dipped down to 153. But
결국 역전 당해버렸어.
4 Marines, these hero Marines, taking out a lot of SCVs there for Maru. Are able to pick off 3 as the attack continues, and I don't know exactly what the army is here for Cure.
아 아까 전순 내기 그거 다 살아 돌아와서 저 아까 성주 지상면 깔끔하게 먹었으면은
Main, I was gonna
더
say,
좋았을 것 같은데 오히려.
he could probably just
그거
run right
너무
up
죽어버려가지고
and fight
아쉽다.
like that. Well, he might just do that anyways.
So many more disables coming in on not only the BCs, but
완전히
also
밀려버렸네
the
거기서.
siege tanks there on the low ground. As Maru might be able to get on top of the production tasteless, and if he does, I don't know if Cure's going to have an answer for it.
Is history about to be made? Is Maru about to win his 6th GSL? He is in the main. All of the
야 성주 70 마린 70 결국 해병으로 해내버렸다.
Maru 167 supply on all of the production. Cure trying to mount a counterattack on Maru's side of the map, but it's not going to work. It's only 4 battle cruisers, and we might have Maru being crowned the 6th GSL champion today.
This is an insane game. I don't think there's any way that Cure can recover. These four battle cruisers.
그래도 도우기가 아직 그래도 멀티가 다 살아있기 때문에 못 나가는 건데.
Anything that would allow Cure to recover is being destroyed. Cure is going to try to move across the map and do as much damage as he can, but as we see that happen, the Marines are here to answer this as well. The battle cruisers disabled are gunned down, and Cure is processing his loss as Maru is going to be the GSL champion for the 6th time in a row.
아 근데 아쉽다 도우기. 이거 6세트 충분히 할 만한 그거였는데 배틀 관리 좀 못해가지고.
No one has, besides Maru, has ever won 5. Cementing his legacy as the
근데 야 솔직히 4강 태태전하고 결승도 바로 하는 거라 집중력 떨어질 만해.
Ready for him to win again this quickly.
4강도 보니까 5세트까지 했더만 4강 태태전 5경기 하고 지금 이게 몇 경기야? 6경기 11경기째네 도우기.
And I gotta say, Cure,
집중력 떨어질 만하지.
amazing fight. I mean, this truly was the season of Terrence, but Maru with great rushes and builds, but more importantly, the defense
하루 안에 다 하려고 하는 게 이게
flow of late game, of end game,
오바긴 했지.
of knowing exactly how to bob and weave in your tag.
뭐 태전 태프도 아니고 태태전만 지금 11경기째
Three
하고
different
있는데.
end game settings. One of a hard contain, cutting the map not in half, but really to 2/3 his size and choking him out. Another harass and all that. What are you build? Not that I want
tell player.
but Mario with harass as his start walking.
홍주 그냥 무덤덤한데 항상 보면은.
Last game, I'm like, is Mario gonna be able to figure out? You know,
TBT.
even in that last game, I'm like, is Mario gonna be able to figure out?
존나 피곤해 보임.
Back wormhole, but he did it.
존나 피곤해 보임.
The skill that they showcased here.
Mario's
관중들도 피곤해 보임.
Right where
games tonight. We have so many foreign fans here at the studio. I want to say thank you all so much for coming down. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Of course, it comes back like that.
GSL 시즌2 7월 4일 6시 반
Credits.
온라인 아니야? 얘 왜 트로피 거꾸로 들고 있냐? 아이씨, 거꾸로 들고 키스하는데? 쇼맨십인가? 시즌2는 오프야? 그래? 아 시즌2는 오프로 바뀌었어? 야 트로피 거꾸로 들고 키스는 처음 본다. 쇼맨십까지. 화장실 좀 갔다 올게. 야 그래 펀딩 좀 많이 받은 거 같던데? 펀딩 받아서 하더만. 아 근데 야 진짜 토 나왔겠다. 4강부터 결승까지. 야 4강 결승 그래도 따로 해야지. 그래도 나름 GSL 정규 시즌인데 10초도 아니고. 끝나니까 딱 12시였어? 6시 반에 해야지 않나? 아니 중간에 보니까 관중들 눈이 풀려있더라고. 태태전만 보다 보니까 분명히 이거 보면서 좋은 사람 있었을걸? 한 5, 6경기 할 때? 그래서 5, 6경기 할 때? 도욱이 배틀 죽은 거 좀 아쉬웠는데 그런 상황까지 생각하니까 이해가 된대. 막차 끊겨서 집에 가고 자리 비었어. 사강이 오히려 더 경기력이 좀 재밌었을 것 같은데? 더 좋았을 것 같은데? 이렇게 안 잡힘? 한국 서버가 할까? 2분 안에 안 잡힘. 오케이, 서버 옮길게요. 이거는 몇 점이지? 5600? Q점이 많아서 지금 그거 안 들어가지는 거구나.
시청료입니다.
아유.
방송 감사합니다.
아, 제가 더 감사드립니다. 감사합니다. 오리아나. 아니 생각해보니까 오늘 나도 레더 게임 지금 태태전밖에 안 나와. Do you like beer? Yes. Why? Beer is delicious. 근데 옛날에는 혼자서 맥주 많이 먹었는데 요즘에는요 안 먹게 되더라. 요즘에는 맥주가 펩시 제로로 대체됐어. 펩시 제로에 중독돼가지고 혼자 있을 때 간단한 안주와 펩시 제로 먹으면
부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 연구 완료. 부속 건물 완성. 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 건설 건물 공격받고 있습니다. 연구 완료. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 부속 건물 완성. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 부속 건물 완성. 업그레이드 완료. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 부속 건물 완성. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 사령부 업그레이드. 베스핀 가능성이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 기지가 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
혼자서 먹어봅니다.
연구 완료. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
대응 사격을
부속
실시합니다.
건물 완성. 업그레이드. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료. 베스핀 가능성이 고갈되었습니다. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성. 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 공격받고 있습니다. 방력이 고갈되었습니다. 연구 완료. 사령부 업그레이드 완료. 방력이 고갈되었습니다. 베스핀 가능성이 고갈되었습니다. 부속 건물 완성. 방력이 고갈되었습니다. 방력이 고갈되었습니다. 업그레이드 완료.
장난 아닙니다.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
장난 아닙니다. 장난 아닙니다.
업그레이드 완료. 방력이 고갈되었습니다.
여기 점점 더 달아오르는데요.
베스핀 가능성이 고갈되었습니다. 기지가 공격받고
장난
있습니다.
아닙니다. 장난 아닙니다. 장난 아닙니다.
방력이 고갈되었습니다.
대응 사격을 실시합니다.
방력이 고갈되었습니다. 공격받고 있습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 베스핀 가능성이 고갈되었습니다. 기지가
이제 상대 잠원 6,000, 가스가 100원. 가스는 계속 견제당해서 가스가 없죠. 되지. 요게 전순 운영이다. 빰빰빰빰빰빰. 다른 조조전 좀 하자. 태태만 오늘 보고 하니까 토 나온다. 렛츠고. 보스전. 오늘 올라온 저거 생명력이 되게 잘 봤습니다. 아유 감사합니다. 시원했죠. 이런 앞마당에 여건덕이 아니라 평지 맵은 초반에 무조건 찌르면서 하는 게 제일 좋은 것 같아요. 사클이 됐든 탱크가 됐든.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
위에다가 짓자 안전하게. 추적자 확인.
부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성.
실다 봅시다.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 부속 건물 완성.
그래 이렇게 돼야지. 그지? 이래서 포스터는 처음에 축대가 아니라 사도를 뽑는 게 나아. 사도를 하나 뽑아놓고 앞에서 오는지 안 오는지 계속 분신 보내면서 봐야 돼. 젤다 저는 안 합니다. 다들 갓게임이라고 하는데 나도 다른 사람 하는 거 보거든. 방송 끝나면. 젤다는 이게 근데 보니까 보는 것보다 하는 게 좀 재밌는 게임인 것 같아. 방송용 게임은 좀 아닌 것 같다. 할탐도 너무 길고. 이번에 6월달에 디아4 나오면은 디아4를 존나 열심히 할 생각입니다. 스타2 때려칠지도 몰라요. 딱 디아4 하고 디아4 딱 끝날 때쯤에 스톤게이트 베타 나왔으면 좋겠다. 디아 시즌마다 숙제? 일단은 처음에 한 달 해보고 재밌으면은 뭐 계속 가는 거고, 거기서 별거 없다 싶으면은 뭐 안 하는 거고. 직업은 소서로 다닐 겁니다. 따따따. 이걸 그냥 찌른다고 계속?
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
들켰다. 반응이 똑같냐 저거들은? 아씨. 허허. 그냥 뭐 이상한 거 하면은 나요? 어?
부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다. 연구 완.
이거 방탄 벙커야. 쉽게 안 깨져.
기지가 공격받고 있습니다. 기지가 공격받고 있습니다.
이거 위험한데? 지지. 야, 요즘에 여기 행성물에 박히고 진 적이 없어. 지지. 투팩 사클은 무적이다. 아, 진짜로 진 적 없음. 최근에 네오 휴머니티 생더블 박혀가지고 한 5연승 중인 듯. 토스. 백더블하고 탱크 조이기 일대로 시작하겠습니다. 앞마당 확인.
부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성.
무한역을 봤으니까 탱크 안 하고 사이클론은 그 찍어줄게요. 또 오는 사도 하나 있으면 따먹자. 사도가 올 거거든.
사령부 업그레이드 완료.
와우.
건설 로봇이 공격받고 있습니다.
혼자서 반갑습니다.
사령부 업그레이드 완료. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성. 부속 건물 완성. 광맥이 고갈되었습니다.
네. 오늘 레던 여기까지 하고 요즘에 하나만 하고 갈게요. 식민지였나? 오늘 할 거는 식민지 개척자라고 스타2로 하는 대하빌이라고 보시면 됩니다. 실제로 제작자가 대하빌의 영감을 받아서 이걸 만들었다고 하네요. 여기는 가스 지어주고 서프를 지으면은 30초당 5광물 보급, 인구수 5추가, 그리고 이 채집소를 건설하면 30초당 100광물을 보급합니다. 그리고 이 막 가스나 약간 구조물 같은 거는 항상 랜덤으로 나오는 것 같더라고요. 보급고를 일단 처음에 먼저 지어주면서 얘네들을 잡아주겠습니다. 시장 선출. 시장 선출을 해서 뽑으면은 이 타이커스가 나옵니다. 이게 초반에 굉장히 세고요. 집을 초반에 많이 지어볼게요. 부금이 약간 그 프로스펑크 느낌인데? 그 제작가가 만들었나? 느낌이 비슷한데? 보호권을 많이 지어주자. 그리고 이거를 먹으면은 이게 뭐냐, 스팀 엔진, 고급 건물이나 고급 유닛을 뽑을 수 있을 겁니다. 집을 많이 줘주자. 이거 배럭 1,500원. 뭐 10분에 한 번씩 빅 웨이브가 오는 것 같더라고요. 아직은 여유 있으니까 좀 위에 가서 이런 거 건물 같은 거 부수면 또 돈을 주니까 돈을 봅시다. 요 게임 속도는 일부러 그 약간 대하빌 느낌 나게 좀 늦춘 것 같아. 유닛 보면은 움직임이 좀 느립니다. 일반 레더랑은 좀 달라. 집 많이 건설해주자. 또 건설할 수 있는 게 화기훈련소를 지으면은 저격수 과이금, 이거를 지으면 데빌도 과이금, 은행을 건설하면은 1분에 500광물을 보급. 여기 미네랄에 이렇게 여기 미니맵 이렇게 떠있는 게 스팀 엔진이거든. 이거를 한 개 더 먹으면 은행을 건설할 수가 있어요. 쟤들끼리 싸우는데? 레인저. 발빠르고 괜찮은 사격수 가진 전장의 새 같은 존재입니다. 그들의 사격수는 개발자라고 하는 자도 혀를 내둘 정도로 합니다. 이거를 부숴가지고 좀 CBC롱을 쓰자. 그리고 지금 여기를 가가지고 스팀 엔진, 제일 가까운 스팀 엔진이 여기 있으니까 먹고 오자. 먹고 올 수 있나? 네. 10분마다 근처 감염지에서 감염지가 식민지를 향해 공격합니다. 야, 안 보여, 안 보여. 빠져. 화기훈련소 건설. 더 먹고 올 수 있나? 먹고 오고 싶은데? 가스가 또 너무 멀리 떨어져 있어가지고 추가 가스 먹기 좀 힘들 것 같아요. 얘들아, 내가 가서 이것만 먹고 와볼까? 아, 근데 좀 여기 좀 머네, 거리가? 저격수 이제 생산 가능. 이 친구가 강해. 한번 먹고 가보자. 빨리 가가지고. 안돼. 감싸 안기 전에. 오케이. 좋아. 은행 2,450원. 스타2로 하는 대합이라고 보시면 됩니다. 위로 올라가자. 돈을 모아서 은행을 건설할게요. 근데 10분에 웨이브가 온다 그랬거든? 이제 좀 수비 쪽으로 하자. 저격수 좀 뽑을까? 그리고 방어타워 기관총 초소 1550원. 요거를 좀 지어주자. 돈 모아가지고. 이제 곧 오는데? 막을 수 있나? 야, 그냥 유에서 뽑을까? 1500원. 지하자. 어디로 올지 근데 몰라. 저격수 좀 뽑아. 오고 있냐? 안 오는데? 와라. 안 와? 나가볼까? 그냥? 온다. 씨, 많은데? 야, 많은데? 어? 안돼! 이제 한 마리가 어그로 많이 떨어졌어. 됐다. 막았지. 스팀 엔진 여기 위에 많이 올렸거든? 여기 위로 가자. 위를 공략하자. 뭐야, 여기서 왜 튀어나와? 레인저가 좀 빠르고 나머지 애들 좀 느리네. 레인저 저격수랑 얘는 좀 느리네. 이거 이제 12세를 좀 합시다. 이거 장벽으로 이거 두르자. 저격수 공격력 몇이야? 공격력 90, 경장력 상대 100. 레인저 42? 근데 제가 볼 때 이거 방어 타워도 좀 많이 지원해야 될 것 같거든? 여기 위가 좀 가까운 것 같으면서도 좀 멀어. 우리의 목표는 11시 쪽 스팀 엔진 3개. 대충 입구도 만들어 놔야지. 이거 집이 많은데 이거? 잠깐만, 뭐야 이거? 이거 먼저 좀 사. 저거 데미지 100이다 살짝 보니까. 야, 근데 저희가 못 먹을 것 같은데? 온수점 돌아가야 되는데? 19분에 돌아가자. 이거는 그럼 깨고 가야 될 것 같아. 여기다가 포탑 좀 몰아지어서 여길 끼고 싸우자. 야, 너는 그냥 여기 있어라 그냥. 갈 수 있나? 아, 잠깐만, 존나 많네 집. 이게 그리고 막 필수 좀 늘리면은 엘리트가 되나봐. 그렇지. 엘리트가 되니까 공격 150이네. 야, 돌아가. 야, 10분, 야, 20초 남았다. 생각해보니까. 가자. 빨리 와, 빨리 와. 빨리, 빨리. 더 줘야 되나? 아씨. 일단 장벽을 건설하자. 딱 이렇게. 여기도 막아버릴까? 입구 이렇게 좀 뚫어놔야 될 것 같은데? 일부러 여기로 오게끔 유도해야 될 것 같은데? 야, 어때? 괜찮은 것 같은데? 야, 여기로 온다, 여기로 온다, 여기로 온다. 와, 개 많아, 개 많아. 이게 참 시장이지. 좋아, 좋아. 됐어. 다시 바로 11시로 가서 이번에 여기 3개 다 먹고 오자. 3개 다 먹고 와서 은행 하나랑 이거 기계공장 이거 하나 진짜 줄 하나 돈 모아 일단 봐. 심씨 괜찮은데? 여기다가 초소 이거 싹 깔아두고 여기다가 이제 생산범위 하나 짓고 여기다가는 기타 건물을 짓고 위로 올라가. 레인저가 좀 빠르네. 저 역시 개 느리네. 이거 다 부수고 시간 지금 24분? 야, 왜 이렇게 시간 빨리 가지? 좋았다, 좋았다잉?
당장 튀어와.
돈 얼마야 이거? 6,250원 기계공장. 이거까지 먹고 올 수 있나? 네, 거기 부셔. 아니, 너무 비싼데, 이거? 이거 좀 나중에 짓자. 다음 웨이브를 못 막을 것 같아. 저격수 위주로 해. 그리고 이게 요 감지탑을 지어야 이 범위 내에서만 건물을 지을 수 있는 것 같더라고요. 여기 가스도 좀 탐나는데? 근데 여기 다 부셔. 또 여기 일단 포탑 6개 채우자. 아, 여기 채우자. 그리고 여기다가 팩토리 같은 거 짓고. 이 29분에 우리는 돌아갈 거야. 야, 가서 먹고 와봐. 저거까지 먹는 거 가능할 것 같은데? 좋았어. 어? 은행을 하나 더 지을까? 사문행? 사문행 가. 들어가 이제. 은행을 여기서 멈추고 이제 다음에 얻는 저거 뭐냐 이걸로 스팀 엔진으로 팩토리 하나 지을게요. 여기는 가스를 먹어볼까? 어디로 오는 거지 근데? 설마 뚫리겠어? 야, 박힌다. 이거 정말 깨박이는데? 어이. 오우씨, 위험했어. 다음은 좀 7시 쪽으로 가볼까? 요즘에 이런 식민지 개척자입니다. 여기 가스를 2개를 먹어보자. 아 근데 여기 붙어있는 거 먹는 게 괜찮았을려나? 여기 먹는 것보다는 여기가 제일 가깝고 웨이브가 보니까 계속 아래쪽에서 오는데 왠지 여기로 지으면 그만 부서질 것 같아. 아, 또 져야 돼? 돈도 많은데 이중벽으로 지어? 팩토리. 튼튼해 보이지? $6,250원. 돈은 이제 여유로운데? 팩토리. 야, 팩토리가 좀 크다잉? 여기다 줄까? 여기로 뭐 안 오는데? 여기는 만약 웨이브가 여기로 오면은 이거 그냥 준단 마인드로 하자. 주고 웨이브 끝나면 다시 또 짓고. 팩토리 베이모스 생산 한 개 필요한데 이거 스팀 엔진? 3,000원을? 하나 먹고 와봐. 하나 먹고 올 수 있나? 야, 개 많아. 잠깐만. 뽑아봐. 투견 불멸자 보호 장치. 뭐야 이건? 뭐야? 공격을 하는 거야? 그냥 몸빵 여행 같은데? 이거 앞에다가 박아두는 건가 보다. 여기도 막아보자 이제. 돌아가. 여기로 올 것 같기도 한데 이제 위로 한번. 위로 오면은 나 좀 망할 것 같은데? 너무 아래만 수비 신경 쓰나? 일단 이중벽 사. 와! 야, 큰일 났어! 아! 너 믿어. 그렇지. 그렇지. 아, 야, 아까 그거 살렸으면은. 나와. 야, 이거는 근데 한 기만 딱 뽑으면은 괜찮을 것 같아. 여기 입구 방어용으로. 근데 이 팩토리에서 이거밖에 뽑을 게 없냐? 왜 지었냐? 이게 그러면 사실상 얼마짜리야? 사실상 6,250, 9,000원짜리 유닛이야 이게. 헤라클레스 전차 5,400원. 이거 다 모아볼까? 잠깐만, 3개짜리거든 이거? 스팀 엔진? 근데 여기 가면 2개, 여기도 하나 가서 먹고 와야 되는데? 세긴 하다. 너무 꽤 센데? 근데 근접이라 어차피 여기 하나 박아두면은 나머지 한 개는 뭐 싸울 데가 없거든? 한 개면 충분해 이거. 먹어봐. 이거 3개 모아가지고 이거 뽑아보자. 헤라클레스 전차. 야, 너 여기 가가지고 먹고 와봐. 이거 보니까 한 48분에 돌아와야 돼. 49분에 들어오는 거 좀 너무 느리다. 할 수 있지 혼자서. 뭐야, 바퀴가 왜 여기. 이거 저 부스트가 아닌데? 잠깐만. 이거 좀 위험한가? 할 수 있을 것 같은데? 안되겠다. 안되겠다. 할 수 있나? 나이스! 야, 여기 너가 발이 빠르잖아. 너 한번 먹고 오는 거 한번 해볼래? 돌아와. 돌아오고 이것만 한번 가가지고 한번 희생하자. 레인저 하나가. 얘가 발이 빠르거든? 죽을 각오로 가서 저 먹고 나머지도 돌아와. 나이스! 헤라클레스 전차 요원. 그래, 야, 이런 거 나와야지. 공격력 1225, 중량화살 1260, 존나 센데? 사거리 10, 무기속도 12. 존나 센데? 이거 여기다 박아두고. 아니 사거리가 기니까 10이니까 얘네보다 길거든? 아 근데 여기다 박아두자. 더 먼저 쏘라고. 다 돌아갔어. 딱 시간 맞춰가지고. 중장갑 상대로 또 딜이 더 들어가는데 그냥 쎄. 자리 잡아. 혹시 모르니까 깔아주자. 왼쪽에서 온다. 잠깐만 이거 무너지면? 오케이 좋아. 야 굳이 이제 뭐 나가야 되냐? 경험치는 그래도 먹고 와야겠지? 애들 엘리트 만들어야 되니까? 근데 다 엘리트 같은데? 보니까? 야 안 나가도 되겠다. 안 나가지 말아봐. 너고 야 개꿀이야 이거. 여기로 안 온다. 아, 여기 5분 이상 생존하면은 자동 엘리트 되는 거야? 오케이. 이게 1시간 버티는 거니까 마지막 한 웨이브만 버티면 되는 듯? 여기를 까버릴까? 됐어. 기다리자 여기서. 근데 생각보다 건물 뭐 지을만한 게 별로 없어서. 한 시간짜리 마지막 웨이브 하나 남은 것 같거든요? 난이도는 뭐 어렵지 않습니다. 한 시간짜리 뭐 와봤자 뭐 얼마나 세겠어. 감염자 곳에 더 강해지다 방어 유의 없어요. 제작자가 막 존나 억가로 막 말도 안 되게 내보내는 거 아닌 이상 뺄 것 같은데? 이거 하니까 그냥 대합일 게임 하고 싶은데? 굳이 스타2로 대합을 해야 돼? 실제 그냥 대합을 하면 되잖아. 이거 와봐. 다 막아줄게. 이게 잠깐만. 공룡의 112에 1000. 유닛을 더 뽑는 게 이득일까? 아니다, 이미 지금 뽑기 늦었어. 지금 뽑아도 엘리트가 안 되기 때문에 지금 돈 되는 대로 포탑 까는 게 맞다. 이 정도면은 뭐, 야, 이 정도면은 안 뚫리지. 든든하죠? 앞에 베이모스 얼마짜리냐 이거? 9,000원짜리. G25만 이거 아마 지키면 될 거야. 일 분 남았습니다. 포탑 킬수가 안 나오네. 이 녀석 37킬, 445킬. 이 녀석 57킬 했네, 레인저 하나가. 저격수보다 그 레인저가 더 좋은 것 같은데? 이속도 빠르고 공격력 42에 무기속도 1.4? 오 잠깐만, 렉 존나 심해. 야, 렉 존나 심해. 얼마 나온 거야? 절망이라고 합니다. 렉 존나 심해 지금. 정신 바짝 차려. 뭐야, 존나 많이 오네. 잠깐만. 아! 야! 너무 많잖아. 말도 안 되잖아 이거는. 안 돼! 어! 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 도망쳐! 와, 야, 이거 깨려면은. 깨려면은 그 탱크가 한 두세 개 있어야 될 것 같은데? 아니, 핵 쏘고 싶다, 여기다가. 징그러. 야, 여기 안 때리는 거 버그 있냐? GG. 딱히 뭐 엔딩이 없는 것 같은데? 저기로 안 오는데? 재밌었습니다. 내가 볼 때 이거 깨려면은 저 은행을 만들 게 아니라 저 그 스팀 엔진 그걸로 좋은 유닛들을 만들어야겠다. 재밌었습니다. 오늘은 여기까지 하겠습니다. 내일 올게요. welcome.